Good morning. We're going to get started this morning with an invocation from Pastor Terry Bates of OKC Faith Church. That'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Todd Stone. Please stand.
Join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for your mighty hand being upon us as a people, a nation, a city. We thank you for the wisdom that you provide to all of our leaders and those who serve our community, our city. We pray that your continued blessings and divine protection be upon us each and every day, that you strengthen us in our minds, that you sustain us in our spirits, and give us the fortitude to endure all things with strength and patience and to never give up. We thank you for these many blessings and for the strength you provide, and we ask these things in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I call this meeting of the City Council to order. We're at item 3A from Office of the Mayor, and this is a resolution I will present from the front, and I'll ask Chelsea to meet me down there at the podium. Well, it is time once again to honor our Teacher of the Month, and we have somebody from my old stomping grounds, Putnam City Schools, this morning. We'd like to learn a little bit more about her, and so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Chelsea Tidsworth has been named Teacher of the Month for January 2022 by Putnam City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. And whereas Chelsea has been a first grade teacher at Central Elementary School for 7 years and is part of the first grade English language, arts, and math curriculum committees for the Putnam City School District. And whereas Chelsea graduated from the University of Central Oklahoma with a degree in early childhood education and a minor in business administration. And whereas Chelsea is committed to building a loving, engaging, and equitable classroom community where all students thrive and feel a sense of belonging. And whereas Chelsea enhances student learning by meeting each child exactly where they are and incorporating their interests and creativity into learning. And whereas Chelsea serves as a mentor to new teachers in her building, as well as students still in college, and believes strongly in growth mindset. And whereas Chelsea received the Unconventional Thinking and Teaching Grant from Marathon Oil in 2021, and whereas Chelsea loves being adventurous, traveling, playing pickleball, and spending time with her husband Tyler and their golden doodle Oakley. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Chelsea Tidsworth on her selection as January 2022 Teacher of the Month by Putnam City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
Well, very good. Well, let's get a quick passage of this resolution. We do have to do that, Chelsea. So why don't we see if there is a motion and a second virtually, which we now have. Cast your votes. I would like to vote aye.
City Clerk, would I vote aye as well?
Aye for Councilman Cooper. And it passes unanimously, of course. Now, Chelsea was just telling me she's a graduate of Putnam City Schools as well. This is not an uncommon story. We have a lot of graduates who go on to teach in the district. Obviously, we're very grateful for everything that you do as itemized in the resolution, but your whole entire profession has meant a lot to our city in the last couple of years, and we're well aware of all of the pivots that you've had to make, so we're very grateful for that as well. We would love to hear a few words from you, if you might be so kind to share this morning. Chelsea, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say first, thank you so much for this honor and this recognition. I'm so humble and grateful. Thank you to the foundation and to you, Mayor Holt, and to the City Council and the Rotary Club. A little bit about me. I did grow up here in Oklahoma City. I'm proud to be a part of this city. I'm born and raised. And like Mayor Holt said, I am a Putnam City Schools alum myself. And it was actually through a class my senior year that helped me discover that education is what I wanted to pour my talents and gifts into. So just really grateful to be a part of Amazing District. And thank you all again.
Thank you. Let's hear it for Chelsea Titsworth. Thank you. Okay, we also have, under Office of the Mayor, item 3B and 3C. These are both appointments. One is to the Bond Advisory Committee, and one is to the Community and Neighborhood Enhancement Advisory Board. We could take those with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're on item 4, items from council. First up is item 4A. This is a public hearing regarding the ordinance amending the, yeah, we passed both of those. Regarding the ordinance amending the zoning and planning code relative to the raising of chickens and quail. So there's 3 meetings in, of course, a potential ordinance change cycle, and this is the second, the public hearing, and it looks like we do have some people who have signed up to speak. So first up, we will have Pat Horth. So if you wouldn't mind just each speaker stating your name and address and keeping your remarks to 3 minutes or less. Pat, the floor is
Hi,
yours.
good morning. I'm Pat Hirth, bachelor. I live at 1000 Northwest 32nd Street. And I'm here to say that I hope we can have an ordinance for raising backyard chickens. I have raised chickens. I've lived with chickens and loved it and find them delightful creatures to be around. And I love their eggs. And I think I came from a farm family in upstate Oklahoma. And I think a lot of people who live in Oklahoma City have agricultural roots, as we're an agriculture state. And I think we need to be growing food in the city as well as in the country. We can still be a world-class city for people from out of state, but growing food seems to be more and more critical for our well-being. So I hope that we can pass this ordinance and have chickens with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Laura Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Laura Johnson, 2532 Southwest 101st Street. I am here today as a resident of Ward 5 to ask you to vote against allowing chickens on small lots. To be clear, we do have an ordinance in Oklahoma City that allows chickens on 1 acre or more, and I think that that's just fine. But I live in a house in Ward 5 that I moved into over 40 years ago, and that house is paid for, so I'd prefer to live there as long as I can live there independently. My home is 1,340 square feet, placed on a lot that is 0.19 acres. That's less than 1/4 of an acre. And because I'm on a curve, I back up to 6 other lots that will also have the opportunity to have chickens that are all smaller than mine. I just believe our homes are too close together to allow for chicken farming. I just think that's inappropriate in a neighborhood that's that dense. I have several objections. The first is noise. I realize that many people think that chickens don't make a lot of noise, especially if there are no roosters, and I wouldn't disagree with that. But I will say that what will make the noise is the dogs in the neighborhood who are barking at the chickens constantly. And I think that limits our ability to enjoy our backyards. I'm also concerned about disease and other safety hazards. The CDC website says that chickens carry salmonella. Poultry in general carries salmonella. And the particular people who are mostly susceptible to that are children under 5 and those over 65, which I will be in 2 more months. I think that creates an especially difficult situation, and people with immune disorders are also affected, such as people with cancer patients. And we've seen with COVID what an effect that has had on our vulnerable populations. Also, chickens can attract predators to your yard, whether it's a snake or a hawk or even a rat. They're attracted to the animal, their feed, and their eggs. And I believe that provides a risk to human health and safety in the neighborhoods. I'm also concerned that the conditions that are specified in the ordinance are unenforceable by the city, because we already have problems with enough code enforcement and code enforcement access to backyards. It requires a coop, it requires a distance, bedding, feed, and all that sort of thing, and I don't believe that our code enforcement officers or our animal control officers will be able to witness that effectively.
30 seconds, please.
I also think that the ordinance creates an opportunity, a false economy. It says that you can have a sustainable food source, but the fact is, by the time you buy a chicken coop, the feed, the bedding, and all of that sort of thing, you could buy a lot of eggs. Eggs are $2.77 at Walmart for organic eggs, and I realize that we believe everyone doesn't have access to that, but I believe that they have as much access to that as they do to a chicken coop and feed. And the last is, it protects people who have a homeowners association, but many lower and moderate income neighborhoods do not have a homeowners association to protect against the violations that might come, including my neighborhood. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sarah Braden?
Good morning. Sarah Braden, 1143 Northwest 38th Street, Oklahoma City. Thanks for taking the time to consider this. I live in Ward 2, and I really appreciate that y'all are thinking about this and taking the time. I'd like to address a few issues that have been brought up. For one thing, this is not chicken farming. This is people having 6 or fewer backyard hens or quail. So we're really talking about, backyard pets, just like cats and dogs. The concern about noise of backyard chickens making noise or backyard chickens causing neighboring dogs to bark incessantly is really not an issue. I don't know if you all received the email that I sent out where I talked to code enforcement officials in every single city that we looked at. None of them brought this up as a concern. The one person that I talked to in Fort Worth, that official, I asked him, because they have a lot of chickens in Fort Worth, they're really open to backyard chickens there, and I asked him if he had ever heard of this being an issue where backyard dogs are barking incessantly at chickens next door, and he said no, and if that were an issue, then it would be the owner of the dog that would need to be approached to resolve that problem, not the owner of the chickens. As far as diseases are concerned, backyard chickens can carry salmonella and other diseases. So do wild birds that fly over your backyard all day long. And in fact, also items in your refrigerator. All of us here probably have 5 to 20 items in our refrigerator that could have salmonella in them. That's just something where we need to wash our hands and cook our food properly, and then it's not an issue. As far as predators, we do have predators in Oklahoma City. I don't know if anybody's ever been out on a walk late at night or early in the morning. You'll see raccoons, possums, all kinds of things all around Oklahoma City. It doesn't have anything to do with backyard chickens. It's just a fact of living in the city. If you live out in the country, you have a similar situation. So it's just a fact of life. We coexist with nature.
30 seconds, please.
Code enforcement, I hope I addressed that in the email that I sent out to all of y'all. I really did call all those people. I talked to them. I tried to be honest. I personally think we should pass the ordinance for backyard chickens, but I realize that I live in a city with other people. It is a code enforcement thing, just like everything in the city is code enforcement, but I hope you'll consider passing it. Thank you.
Sarah,
Yeah.
before you leave, do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
I feel like you might be able to help me as our representative of our ward also. Good to see other Ward 2 residents. An argument I hear in opposition tends to be that we live in a city versus the rural. And if someone wanted chickens, then they have the option to live in the rural parts of our state. May I ask you then, what was it about our ward, and specifically your part of town, that drew you there? And why do you think our ward, which is one of the most densely populated and central to the urban core, why did you make that choice, and how do you see chickens as just compatible to that?
Well, I mean, I love my neighborhood, and I love my neighbors, and Ward 2 is a great ward. Even a quarter acre or smaller lot is big enough for, you know, a nice big vegetable garden, you know, a dog or two or a couple of cats, and it's big enough for backyard chickens without being offensive to neighbors.
And then my final question, you've put a lot of time into your advocacy and your research, and as someone who teaches English composition and research, I appreciate that. Why does this issue matter to you so much that you would do that sort of legwork? I mean, I don't know that answer. I don't think we've spoke very much, so I'm very curious your response here. Why your advocacy?
Well, I've been an advocate for urban agriculture for many years. I believe, you know, people should be allowed to grow their own food on their land, and I think that's not just vegetables. I think having a few backyard chickens for eggs is a great part of that. It's a great balance with a big vegetable garden. It's a great way to show your kids that not only vegetables grow out of the ground and not just come from a plastic bag from Walmart, but even eggs can, you know, be something that's part of nature and comes out of a chicken, not from a styrofoam container. So I don't like coming to these meetings and having people speculate about, you know, well, oh, it's going to be terrible for code enforcement, or, oh, you know, no, it won't be a problem for code enforcement. I think it's important to contact actual code enforcement officials who live in actual cities where it's legal, and calling all these code enforcement officials. I mean, I tried to be impartial in what I presented to you all, but really every single one of them on the phone, I mean, chickens are not top of the list of their issues. And these are really cities where backyard chickens are allowed. I mean, every single one of them was polite to me, but they were all a little surprised that I was going, like you said, going to so much effort to find out about the enforcement of backyard chicken laws.
It's just something about Ward 2, the majority of us. We just love a good research project. I don't know what it is. Thank you for responding to those inquiries. And even though I'm not a co-sponsor of this, it has my support. And the reason why I asked you those questions, and I'm sure you already know this, you're speaking right now for many of the residents I heard in Ward 2 during my door knocking, and just through living there. And I think you know that. And so I just really want to say I have a lot of gratitude for you bringing voice to a lot of other Ward 2 people who are so passionate about living in a very densely populated, the houses are dense, but they believe in that, everything you just said, that sort of sustainability. Not everyone in the ward, but a lot of people in our ward. So thank you for giving voice to their advocacy.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the folks who have signed up to speak on this public hearing. So this is still scheduled for potential final consideration at our next regular council meeting. Okay, we'll close that hearing now and move to item 4B. This is a resolution declaring an extension to June 30th of this year of the penalty reduction program that originally began July 1st, 2019 for defendants with cases in warrant status for Class A offenses that occurred on or before June 30th, 2020. This is being brought forward by the Judiciary Committee. Councilman Stonecipher is the chair. Councilman Stonecipher, would you like to present this?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. You said it quite well. We're trying to extend this by a resolution to June 30th of 2022. I think a little historical perspective helps, though. In June of 2019, we adopted this program, and it was an effort to get warrants and unpaid parking tickets off our court dockets. And at the time when we did it, we had no idea if this would work, if it would be successful. My thoughts on it were if we made $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, if we collected something like that and got tickets off the books that have sat there for a long time, it would be a great success. The thing that I know now, as of November of 2022, we have 4,426 cases that have been closed, 1,556 failure to appear charges that have been dismissed, and we have collected $687,000. And so I am hopeful that everyone will support the continuation of this program. I think it's worked very well, and I look forward to even collecting more money by June 30th of 2022. Councilperson Nice was reminded me that we are going to have some promotional materials that we're going to make available to council people and to others so we can get the message out. So I hope I can have your support on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, seeing no questions or comments, we might take it up if there's a motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, Councilman Stonecipher, we're going to stay with you on item 4C. This is a resolution establishing compensation and benefits for the positions of municipal judge, presiding judge, and vice presiding judge, providing a retroactive effective date of January 1st of this year, again brought forward by the Judiciary Committee. Councilman Stonecipher.
Yes, thank you again, Your Honor. This resolution establishes the compensation and benefits for our municipal judges. We have Judge Hasbrook, Judge Glidewell, Vice Presiding Judge Kiffin, and Presiding Judge Philippa James, and we were happy to recommend this raise in their salaries. The one thing, I've been on the Judiciary Committee since 2015. We've always had a good judicial system, but these judges are doing an outstanding job. I'm very proud of their work, and I really support this resolution. Thank you.
Okay. All right, no questions or comments. We can take a motion. And I echo your appreciation of their work. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, now we're moving on to item 5, City Manager Reports. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, we have one item this morning that we have a presentation on. It's on the redistricting, and we've been working on this, briefed the council with it. We've actually had a public release on it, and Kenton Soodle, Assistant City Manager, is going to make a presentation for us just to describe where we are with this, what we have with the first draft map. As you know, the charter requires that with the census that we come back and review, look at the wards to see if there's any need for us to redistrict. The wards, the way we've defined it so far, have to be within 1% to 2% of each other in their population distribution, and they were well outside of that. And so we have gone through the process. We have a draft map here that we'll present, and Kenton Soodle, Assistant City Manager, will present the information.
Thank you, Craig. Kenton Soodle, Assistant City Manager. Just wanted to give you an update on where we're at on our redistricting process and also to put some information out here for the public. So just as a reminder, our city charter has a requirement that every 10 years with the federal decennial census that triggers a process where we have to take a look at our wards and determine if they are equally populated, and if not, then we are required to do redistricting. Our charter requires that we keep our districts contiguous and that they're compact and that we equalize them as nearly as practicable. Go ahead. So drawing on that, if you'll recall, on September 28th, the council passed a resolution that memorialized some of these things, but also put the other criteria that we were to take into consideration when we're drawing the map. So just as a reminder, that as nearly as practicable language, that was memorialized as being a 2% variation, so we could go plus or minus 2% from the average ward population. And then we also put in a required criteria of keeping the incumbents in their wards. Additional considerations were things like arterial roads, highways and other natural boundaries, business districts, established neighborhoods, and voting precincts, although I think I've mentioned before that voting precincts would not be ready in time for us to take that into consideration. So as a reminder, our new population is 681,054. So this, if you divide by 8, is the new average ward population is 85,132. So taking plus or minus 2% from that, that gives us a range of 83,429 to 86,835. So that's really the target that staff used as we're putting together the draft map. So step one under our charter, this was the current Oklahoma City ward map, but putting the 2020 census populations in. So this was step one, that we checked the box that said, yes, we needed to redistrict. And you can see the ward sizes ranged from the largest being Ward 8 at 105,619 to the smallest Ward 6 at 68,774. So we were unbalanced and had to redistrict. This is just a quick table that shows the differences. So if we were hitting exactly on that 85,132, these are the pluses and minuses that each ward would have had to go through. Not where we ended up exactly, because we had to get within that 2% range. So this is a draft of the redistricted ward map that gets everyone, all 8 wards within that range. And I think if you look at the next one, just a couple things. One of the things we started with was compactness, and really that's where we started to look at the areas of the city that had issues with compactness. And there's a couple of ways we looked at this also. So the legal standard, if you talk to our legal folks, is that it's the eyeball test. Does it look like a more uniform shape? Are there pieces that are sticking out of a ward? But we also did look at some mathematical measurements that our software does as well. There's a couple that a lot of folks use around the country called the Schwartzberg or the Polsby-Popper test. And these are just mathematical computations that look at the area of the ward, compare them to an area of a circle, similar size, and there's different ways you look at them, but basically it creates a ratio where you're trying to get towards 1. And so if you go to the next one, not to bore you with a bunch of numbers, but this was just to demonstrate that we did take a look at those also, not only doing the eyeball test, but looking at the actual mathematical computations. Mathematically, our city map overall was more compact. So again, here's that same map, but just with the areas highlighted. One interesting fact, I think, was that, started looking at this, someone asked the question of how many residents are affected by this change. And it's 105,000 residents out of our 681. And that sounds like a lot, but when you think about that, that's about 15% of our residents. If you look at our population from 2010, it increased by 17%. So it's a pretty similar number, of folks that we had to change. And I think that's another thing that kind of helps say, we didn't go too far on this thing. So next steps, the draft map is out there. We have set up a website. You can type okc.gov/redistricting. And I want to point out there's several things on there. So there's a PowerPoint very similar to this, but has some additional information that kind of goes in and focuses on each of the changes. There is a Google map, if you like that format, that you can look at both the current ward map and this proposed ward map. There is also a GIS map out there, so you can zoom in, look at the street level, the neighborhoods. There's an email address, public.information@okc.gov, and that's also on the website. There's also a web form if residents would like to submit comments on that website as well. So, and there's also information about all the things I've talked about today, the future process. But I want to point out next steps. So those are all ways that people can give input, comments, questions, things on the draft map. We also are going to have a virtual town hall on January 24th, and if you go to that website, we'll have the information of how to access that. We also will have in-person one-on-one meetings with staff if people need to access it that way on Thursday, January the 27th, and I believe that's set up tentatively from 3:30 to 6:30, but those details will also be on the website, and that will be at the Bennett Event Center at the fairgrounds. So the plan is to receive this information, get feedback from the public, get feedback from council, put that all together. We'll be sharing that with City Council, the feedback that we have. Our plan is to receive that feedback through next month, and then to introduce an ordinance with the draft map with any changes that may come out of the feedback, or there may be no changes. The plan would be to introduce that in March. So just as a reminder, the council resolution that was passed had directed us to try to get this process resolved by April. So that's what the target is. So with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Kitten, I have one. How many staff members do you anticipate being out at the Bennett Event Center to meet with the public?
I'm working with Christy Yeager on that. We're probably going to have, at least 10 or so. We've got our team that's been working on that, and we'll be doing some training for some other staff just to make sure we have enough. But that's one of those, if we kind of get a sense of what the level of comments we're getting or the demand or things like that, we could ramp that up.
It's just that that's a large building.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that is all the items I have this morning.
Okay. Well, that brings us to item 6, Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 7 is request for uncontested continuances. Listed on the agenda, we have 11K, which will be struck, 11P, which will be struck, 11X, which will be deferred to February 15th, and 11AG, that'll be deferred to February 1st. What else do you have, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, we have several items that are on today, beginning on page 12, item 11AD1. All the items in these different areas that I talk about will be stricken from the agenda. Beginning on item 11AD1, item E, 1336 Northwest 98th Street, the owner has removed. Then on item 11AE1, on page 13, beginning with item B, 1204 Carter Drive, the owner is secured. Item C, 1825 North Cherry Avenue, the owner is secured. Item G, 1571 Southwest 43rd Street, the owner is secured. Item K, 1824 Northeast 52nd Street, the owner is secured. Item N, 723 Northwest 97th Street, the owner is secured. And then on page 13, on item 11AF1, item A, 1204 Carter Drive, the owner is secured. Item B, 1824 North Cherry Avenue, the owner is secured. Item F, 1571 Southwest 43rd Street, the owner is secured. Item J, 1824 Northeast 52nd Street, the owner is secured. And item L, 723 Northwest 97th Street, the owner is secured. That's all the items I have.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, item 8, revocable permits and events. Item A is a revocable permit with the Pop-Up Entertainment and Events Group for the Okc Pop-Up Series Here Comes Summer Festival. They are getting ahead of things. That's good. Good to plan ahead. May 20th. And we do have Laura McVett, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Laura McNett. I am the owner of the Pop-Up Entertainment and Events Group. And this year we are planning to launch the Okc Pop-Up Series. Our purpose for doing this is twofold. One, we're looking forward to bringing family-friendly outdoor entertainment to the south part of Oklahoma City. And secondly, we're really hoping to be a springboard for creatives, independent business owners, startups, and entrepreneurs. The reason that we feel like that we can offer this in a unique way to these independent business owners is that our events will be 3 days in length rather than the typical one-day festival. Also, because it is a series, this will be something that we will produce 7 times over the course of this year. And so in some ways, the series can be a bit of, we could liken it to a farmer's market, perhaps, to farmers and growers. We could liken that experience that they have to the independent shopkeeper to be able to say, okay, almost on a monthly basis, my customers can meet up with me at this park, and I will be presenting my wares, and I can establish a stronger customer base, and yeah, hopefully extend my business in that type of way. So that's our vision, and we'd like to seek your support for that at this time.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? And Councilman Greenwell, this is your ward.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, this sounds like a lot of fun, and you picked a great location to start this program off. And so I wish you a lot of success with this, and I move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you. Can I ask a question here? I'm just a little unfamiliar with the procedure.
Sure.
If we would like to ask the council to consider waiving or lessening the fees for the first 2 festivals that we host, is that something that I ask of the council at this time?
Probably not, but that's a conversation to have with
Right,
the
with
city manager's team.
the event organizing staff.
Pardon?
I'm sorry. You can have that conversation with our event staff, our event organizing staff, and let them know what your request is, and then we can talk with the council about that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Whoever you've been working with to this point.
Yes, I have asked or spoken with them some about that. I thought that maybe this was the venue for that.
Not quite.
But, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to recess the council meeting now and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through G we could take with one motion.
I'm interested in going into executive session on item F, as I believe it is also up for our agenda later, if that's an option.
Yeah, it is. It is listed there as an option at F2, and because we're in Municipal Facilities Authority now, I think I would suggest that we do that now. I know we normally do executive sessions at the end, but I don't want to recess Municipal Facilities Authority. It just gets very complicated. So I think we stay in that posture, and we'll take a vote then at your request to go into executive session to discuss item F1 under the Municipal Facilities Authority agenda, and then we will go handle that executive session. So this is a motion to go into executive session. Whenever we can bring it up. There we go. All right, we have a motion and a second. Passes unanimously, and as I said, because we are actually in a different body right now, we are the Municipal Facilities Authority, we're now going to retire to the conference room and handle this executive session for item F1. We will return. All right, we are back from executive session. And we are going to vote on the item, we're back still in Municipal Facilities Authority, and we're going to vote on item F1 separately. So if someone would like to make a motion on that, and then we'll handle
I
that.
would make a motion that the joint resolution found at F1 be approved.
Okay.
I'd like to just make some comments about this. I recognize that this item is about providing representation for to people who, as our law currently states, we don't know whether they were acting in good faith. The law, essentially, for anyone who's unfamiliar, essentially says if the employee is acting in good faith in their employment, the city is required to provide that representation or pay for it. And then we also have a collective bargaining agreement with the Fraternal Order of the Police that states all police officers who are sued for violation of constitutional rights while acting in the capacity of a police officer in which they are individually named as defendants, that we also have to provide that or pay for that representation. And this is not an issue for me of whether I believe everyone should have access to and should have a defense representative. My issue with this, as it's come clear to me over the many times that we've had to vote on issues like this, is I believe that our collective bargaining agreement is a way too low of a bar and needs to be changed, absolutely. Because, and then also at this point, I think that the statute needs to change. I think it's unjust. It's the power differential is so wildly off base. Thinking about someone who died in our jail yesterday, who has had a public defense attorney in a completely underfunded department, who has been in that jail for months and months and months, had to go back to has medical problems just beyond anything that jail can provide, and a overworked, understaffed office was trying to get that person out of jail. Like, our system is completely off balance, and I just can't vote for these items when I know what the law says, but I think our ethics and our morals need to be at a different level, and I can't support items like this. I think there needs to be a different mechanism for employees, particularly armed employees of a municipality, to have access to defense. That is, especially if we're going to entrust them with such power in our communities, there needs to be a balance of those powers, and spending taxpayer dollars on representation until we know whether they were acting in good faith or whether we know they were acting in their capacity as a police officer. Again, I just think those things need to change, and so that's why I will not be voting to support this item.
May I also add, and I want to speak directly to the neighborhoods around the area where what occurred with Benny Edwards occurred. It is Ward 2. And when I was knocking doors, several residents told me that for generations, trauma has occurred in their neighborhoods. Drive-bys, police-involved murders, substance abuse, mental health issues. And I made it my solemn duty that I would fund access to mental health care in MAPS 4. And I did, working with this council. And then I helped craft a resolution that said we could have an alternative response to mental health crisis calls, where trained mental health professionals would respond to those in crisis. This is something that other cities like Denver have done And we are so close to being able to put something like that in place, but we didn't put it in place in time for Benny, the person at the heart of this. And I will forever feel just like I was too late in this moment. And I understand what the law is, but I understand also we just celebrated someone and honored someone yesterday who stood up to unjust laws. And we don't have all the facts of this case right now, and it doesn't feel right that we would make this motion at this time, that we would do this action at this time. So that's why I can't support this either, because we as a city and as its residents are in the middle of revisiting our collective bargaining agreement in ways that would move us in a different direction from where we are right now. And yeah, so that's just what I want to say. And again, I just want to remind those neighborhoods around where this happened, in every Ward 2 neighborhood, I am doing my very best to undo decades worth of our residents not having access to mental health care, to dealing with generational trauma and cyclical crime and poverty. And I will continue to do that work. I'm honored to do that work. But I don't see how this moment right now, voting yes on this, is part of that work. I just don't. It doesn't feel right to me, so.
All right, thank you. We have a motion on the table. Awaiting a second. Oh, well, it's second up there, okay. If other people have the ability to cast your votes, please do. And
Mine's frozen.
yeah, so is mine. Is anybody else able to vote? No, okay. We're all frozen.
Here.
All right, now it's cooking. All right, cast your votes. This is for item F1 under Municipal Facilities Authority agenda. Passes 6-3. Okay, now we're back on the rest of the Municipal Facilities Authority agenda, items A through E and G, which we can take all with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A and B. A has two subparts, but we can take all of that with one motion. Got a motion and a second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we'll adjourn OCPPA, reconvene as the council, where we find ourselves on page 3 of your printed agenda, item 9, the consent docket. We have presentations for item U, V, a likely discussion that needs to be had about AI. We have a citizen who signed up to speak about AQ. We have a presentation on AT and BD. And that's it. Does anybody else have anything else they wish to separate out for comment or separate vote?
Did you say AD or AT?
AD is not, not on my radar.
But AT is, okay.
AT is, yes.
Okay.
We have both the presentation and a citizen there.
Okay. And you said AI. W, I'd just like to hear some more information from staff on item W.
Okay.
Did you say W?
Yes.
Thank you.
For me, I'd like to hear more information on item BC, item AY, item AV, item AC.
Okay, I'm sorry. BC was what the one, what was after that?
AY.
AY, okay.
AV, as in Victor.
Okay.
AC. And that's all that I had.
Okay.
And did we have AV?
A,
Oh, I
B as
said
in
that
what?
already. V as in Victor, never mind.
Okay, good. Okay. All right, we will.
Mayor, I just have two.
Okay.
If I could, please. Just A8, that's such a big project. And then an update from Mr. Todd and Mr. Fairbrush on BF, please, because I think that's a pretty important.
What was that second one, I'm sorry?
BF on the bus stops, please.
Okay.
Thank you, that's all.
All right, we will take them in order, which I believe means we will start with a presentation on items U and V.
Yes, sir. Randy Marks with our planning department is here just to do a quick presentation on this and to discuss a donation that we're receiving for artwork at the Civic Center.
Council and Mr. City Manager. I'm Randy Marks, Public Art Project Manager. As all of you are aware, there is a major renovation and upgrading of the Civic Center Music Hall right across the street from us. And there is an addition that is being built on the north side of the building, and then also in the lobby of the building. Mark, would you go ahead and advance that, please? There will be major renovation and upgrading also in the lobby of the building. So here, imagine you're standing in the lobby at the north end and looking to the south. And particularly in this area, we had discussions with the Civic Center staff, with the design team, and it was determined that the best use for the 1% for art funds for the Civic Center renovation would be to install 2 hanging lighted sculptures in the lobby. And Mark, if you would advance that. Locations will be in those 2 areas. Now, there currently are 5 light fixtures that date back to a renovation in the 1990s. All 5 of those light fixtures are going to be removed, and then 2 hanging suspended sculptures will go, major pieces of artwork will go into those areas. And Mark, if you'll advance 1 slide, please. This is a rendering by the architecture firm FSB showing what the entry lobby will look like, and you can see looking into the space. You can see an expanded bar and other amenities on in the inner lobby. Although they're not shown in this particular rendering, the lighted sculptures will go above the blue banquettes, which are on either side of the image. And the next slide, please. The pieces that will be constructed, will be fabricated, designed, and constructed it's an original design exclusive to the Civic Center. There'll be 2 pieces done, a limited edition of 2, that will be installed in the Civic Center. And the style will be an Art Deco style that will coordinate with the design motifs that you see, such as these, and then the total design of the Civic Center, which is an Art Deco style building. The Civic Center Foundation has very generously agreed to donate $100,000 to augment the 1% for art funds so that these can be really major pieces of artwork for this building. And you'll be voting to accept that donation today, and also you'll be voting for the call to artists for this particular project. So Mr. Mayor, Elizabeth Gray is here from the Civic Center, and she may have some words to say about the donation. And so but before that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Hello, and apologies, I just ran from across the street, so I'm a little out of breath. I just want to thank the council and Mr. Mayor just for all your support, not only in the renovation that's currently underway at the Civic Center, but also just for your leadership and among all the things happening in the city at this current moment. And again, the foundation is honored and pleased to be partners with the city in the management of the Civic Center Music Hall, in particularly for this renovation project, and happy to donate to this art project so that we can get just the two perfect pieces for the building and really honor the original design and roots that were intended back in the 30s. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you for all that the foundation does, and thank you as well for this specific donation. Okay, any questions on these items? All right. We'll vote on this in a while, so we'll okay, so item W is something that Councilwoman Hammond wanted to speak to.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear a little more from staff. I thought this was a really interesting item that, yeah, just anything you can provide so that more folks know about it is great.
Sure. This is T.O. Bowman, Sustainability Office in the Planning Department. The item before you is to receive technical assistance from the Rocky Mountain Institute to form a coalition and help put a solarized campaign on for Oklahoma City. And so it's effectively a group purchasing program that the coalition runs with a community organizer and expects to be launched probably in the summer.
It sounds exciting. Yeah, I would just love to get updates as it kind of proceeds and just whatever we can do to support. I think it's, especially as we recognize with our energy grid, we do, solar would be great because we have lots of sun. So making that easier for folks to access in the community is an exciting prospect, and I appreciate you all working on this.
Thank you.
Okay, item AC, Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, I just wanted to just some comments. I don't really have any questions. For this park located next to Martin Luther King Elementary School, just wanted to mention the sidewalks and pavement repairs. So I know our young people are pretty excited that now they have some better sidewalks to walk on their way and travel to school. So that was my comment for that. And I know I will be going to look at them again, and I understand with us placing these bonds into effect that there's still ways for us to look at the maintenance if there needs to be some correction. So we'll be looking forward to just making sure that all kids are safe. Thank you.
Thank you. AH, Councilman Cooper.
Yes, and this item, a version of this item came before council recently. I just wanted to, because it's going to be such a big project, just wanted to hear a little bit of an update on what this particular phase looks like.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Debbie Miller with the Public Works Department. I can answer your questions on that. This project will replace the bridge of May Avenue over Northwest Expressway. We'll have pedestrian facilities, and our plan is to connect down to Northwest Expressway for the BRT. It is funded by bond funds and ACOG. And the preliminary report should come back to us later this year for your approval.
Thank you. And I think that's really all I have. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you. Okay, so AI was deferred at the last meeting at Councilman Stonecipher's request, and Councilman Stonecipher, I thought maybe we'd start with you to give us an update on what you'd like to see here. I know staff made a guess at how to handle this, and so I'm not sure that's specifically your request or not, but.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is Eric Winger was kind enough to sit down with me and visit about this. I had some concerns about what was going on with EK Boulevard, and Mr. Winger informed me that that should not have been listed on this this project. And so if you look in our agenda materials, EK Gaylord has been removed from the project.
Okay.
I would appreciate staff sharing a little bit more about that, because just transparency-wise, it kind of makes it sound like we just struck it after concerns were brought up. So I'd be curious to hear more from staff.
Sure, Debbie Miller with Public Works Department. The EK Gaylord portion of this project is separate from the first phase. So we currently have an engineer, a consultant working on the plans. We'll bring an engineering report back to the council later this spring, and we'll move forward from there.
So it doesn't change the project moving forward. This item is specifically about the funding with ODOT, right?
Right.
So it doesn't change the project. We're still doing planning on the project and we'll proceed.
Right, and we have funds for the project.
And the one thing I want to make clear is that I want to have ample time to review these plans and materials with people that employ a lot of different personnel in this area where we've had trouble, and I've received a lot of calls on people not being able to get out of the parking garages to go home, and there's been up to 45-minute delays in getting home. And so whatever the process is, I want to be a part of it, and I want to be able to talk to Continental and to Bank First and get their input on this, please.
Right, and this one, I think, probably once the project's completed, will have less impact on traffic because it's actually a cycle track that's behind the curb, but the construction is something definitely we'll have to engage with the partners that are in that area.
And I'm also sure that the actual council members that represent these areas would want to be a part of this
Sure.
conversation as well.
I would hope that would go without being said, but I do appreciate that, Councilwoman Nice. I think what I would say about issues with traffic is over the weekend, a driver struck a traffic pole at 3rd and EK Gaylord and completely knocked it over, and there is no traffic signal there right now. Having what amount to highways through urban areas where people can go fast enough to strike a metal pole that is wired into the ground and knock it completely over it's frustrating to hear that people are frustrated about getting home 45 minutes late, but I'm frustrated when I hear people getting run over because there's no street lights, there's not adequate crossing, there's not adequate sidewalks. And so I think if we're really gonna actually be concerned about people's safety when they are in and around on our streets, and just pick out stories about when someone gets struck by a vehicle, we need to actually be thinking holistically about how we design our streets to be safe for a number of users. And as someone who walks around downtown quite a bit and is regularly almost hit by cars, my safety, the safety of the residents who live in this area and who want to walk to work or all the people who are coming downtown to work become pedestrians at some point. And I'm just as concerned about their safety and ability to move around. And so when sidewalks get closed down for a block around giant employers and there's no concern about pedestrian access for over a year, but in this one project we're concerned about a traffic problem because of cars in a garage. To me, that's a problem with the cars in the garage, not a problem with the way that we are providing more access for people on bikes or foot in downtown. So I wasn't here last meeting because I had a cold and I didn't want to bring that to anybody, but I just wanted to say that piece because it is really frustrating to hear about people from outer reaches of our city who come down for maybe a few days a week and not having that balanced perspective with people who spend literally every single day, majority of their day in the core of the city and not what happens when it takes them 45 extra minutes to get someplace because access, whether they're in a wheelchair or have a stroller, they can't get around. And we don't think about that, and they're sorry, I'm really frustrated because we don't think about people who are on foot or on bike and how it takes them so much longer to get somewhere because we don't have safe and accessible routes for them. But the minute that we have a handful of people who are driving into a very dense, supposed to be pedestrian area of the city, slightly inconvenienced, we have to make a whole conversation of it. So I think fundamentally, to me, I would love for this bike project to take up another lane of traffic to hopefully slow traffic down and maybe make it safer for both people in cars so that they don't run into light poles and people on bikes and on foot. So I'll just leave it there. I would also be very interested in being involved in seeing the plans as this project comes up because it's in my ward. So I think that I should have some say in what goes on with it, and I appreciate that from staff.
I have a couple items. First, Councilman Greenwell, you've been on my mind about this. And I know you're teaching these days, and I know this might, I know not necessarily bike infrastructure, but you always talk about peer reviewed. Would you mind, I'm kind of curious why that matters so much to you. Like, because I started doing some peer, you were just really heavy on my mind because you and I both served on the transit board together. And so I've just been hearing your voice in my head recently as I was looking into this.
Well, I think every project, especially when there's public funds involved, needs some type of comparison, overview, justification, or evaluation of the results of those programs. Is that what you were?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. In fact, I'm not trying to be critical, but I think we fall short in many instances in that area in terms of getting measurable results from projects. And each member of this council has a fiduciary responsibility and also has to serve as a steward for the public's money. And in fact, there's going to be a couple of things coming up that I'm going to ask for, reports about in terms of the performance. So, I could answer any specific questions. I didn't know what.
No.
Okay, thank you.
You said exactly what that your voice right now, almost every word you said, that's what I was hearing in my mind because I was thinking about this item. So I think I have a follow-up question that I don't know that my fellow counselors can answer right now, but I'd like to put it there and then let's start talking about it. What will it take, and I have peer-reviewed stuff here on the idea that when cities, and this is from the National Academy of Sciences, when cities invest in bike infrastructure, cycling increased 48% versus the cities that did not. And that's just one study, just one. I have 3 more right here that are peer-reviewed studies that say something similar. One's from the Journal of Physical Activity, where a health professor at the University of Utah documented the effects of infrastructure investment in Salt Lake City, Utah. And those were consistent with a third source, were the city of St. Paul. And then a 4th source, by the way, I've gone over sources because everyone who's been in a college English class knows you just need the 3 sources for a 5-body paragraph, right? I gave you 4, you know what I'm talking, I saw it smile. But I just gave you 4, right? What can I do, council? And I'm so serious because I don't want to be frustrated. We approved in MAPS 4 $20 million in bike funding. My worry is, and I did that because Ward 2 residents asked for it. My worry is that even though we approved that funding, that some of the needs in my ward, some of the places where we need bike infrastructure, where people are wanting to better move from uptown to the Asian district across the ward, I'm worried that we will stifle those investments. We will stifle that implementation, not based on peer-reviewed research, but based on how we've always done things without the measurable outcomes the way that these studies are giving it to us. They're telling us that. They're giving us the evidence. It wasn't just that Ward 2 residents asked me to, the majority of them, advocated for bike infrastructure. It's because they knew that it was a way to move from place to place, from school to work to recreation to places of worship, etc. And that's just from their lived experiences in Ward 2. Then you combine that with actual metrics, the way I've heard Councilman Greenwell speak to it for a while, and he served with me on the transit board, and we always, this was kind of where he and I would agree so much, was just like, give us the data. And we don't always agree on everything, but you give us data, we start getting there, right? Council, how can I get there with you all? I'm worried that there are going to be moments where, because someone doesn't want to change a street that's always been a way just based on experiences versus actual data. That's the question I need help with. And again, you don't have to have that answer right now, but I guess at the heart, what I'm asking is like, how can I get you all to help to better understand the needs of my ward? The needs of my ward. And how can I get you to trust me that when I'm saying that, what I'm articulating up here on this council, that those are the voices of my ward? When we talk about Classen Boulevard, those are my ward, those are my residents saying that they want to see that bike infrastructure there. That's not just me. That's Ward 2 residents. So I need that question there with you all, because I'm going to need your help, because otherwise I feel like we're going to break the trust that voters put in us when we put in those investments in MAPS 4, and then we don't actually implement them where the people need them. Thank you.
Okay. Well, if that's all the comments on item AI, we will now move to AQ, where we have a couple citizens who've signed up to speak. There's no presentation here, but these folks came to the meeting today, and we'll start with Benjamin Grubb. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and address, and keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Ben Grubb. I'm a lawyer at DeWitt Perulo Meek, 705 Northwest 4th Street, Oklahoma City. I represent Heartland and Cattle, LLC. My client is the owner of a parcel of land that is adjacent to the east of the sports complex that's being developed by the City of Midwest City, which is the subject of the Memorandum of Understanding. My client rezoned its parcel in 2020 from R1 to PUD 1750, and that rezoning was approved by this council. To be clear, my client looks forward to the completion of the sports complex and also looks forward to developing its planned unit development. However, my client is concerned about some of the language that appears in the Memorandum of Understanding. My client raised these concerns on January 4th at the Water Utilities Trust meeting and re-urges them before this council today. The concerns are these. First, the city requires, this council requires all developers to extend water and wastewater service mains across a proposed development as a mandatory development standard. However, this is mentioned in Section 4 of the Memorandum of Understanding, and of course in the covenants section as well. But the issues with the requirement arise in relation to the project tending largely toward completion. I think it's 90% approximately, yet the extension of the water and the sewer across the parcel remains undone. Second, the memorandum contains a termination provision, specifically on page 6, section 7. This provision appears to be boilerplate, but it allows either party to terminate 90 days notice in the event of insufficient funds or that the developer will not be appropriated sufficient funds. And while my client and the council expects this developer will abide by the terms of the memorandum, a termination would leave my client's development without utility connections, much less easements necessary for his development. And that is respectfully untenable position. Even if no termination occurs, the timetable for completion of the utility
30
extension
seconds remaining.
serves to delay any of my client's development on the adjacent parcel. While my client is uninterested in stymieing this development, he simply wants to raise the concerns to the council and respectfully request that the council acknowledge these issues with the memorandum of understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Also signed up on this item is Don Meisch and Vaughn Sullivan. They're kind of signed up together. I don't know.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Don Meisch. I am the city attorney for the city of Midwest City. With me is Vaughn Sullivan, who is the assistant city manager for the city of Midwest City. We come here just to let you know, we heard the concerns of the previous speaker, it is the position of the City of Midwest City that we will complete this project. The City of Midwest City has already expended between $3 and $3.5 million on this project to bring it to the point that it is now. We do fully intend, through the MOU, as was negotiated between the parties, to extend both water across the northern part of the parcel, as well as sewer across from the northwest to the southeast on the south side of the parcel. It is fully the intent of the City of Midwest City to complete both of those projects. To demonstrate that intent, the City of Midwest City undertook a $50,000 project to extend water into the area when the city had laid over $1 million worth of sod, and it was having a possibility of not being able to survive, so we extended our own water into the area to ensure that we could keep the project going. So it is fully, we just want to present ourselves here today to let the City Council know it is fully our intent to complete this project and to complete the project within the timelines contained in the MOU. And we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would say this briefly, that this issue was addressed at the Water Trust, and Mr. Browning gave a great presentation where he explained the depth to which Midwest City is invested in this project, and that he does not have concerns about this not being finished. Is that correct?
And I would echo that as well. Midwest City is a partner city with us, a neighboring city, and I don't have any concern that fulfill the obligation that they've committed to.
Okay. All right, now we're at AT. There is a presentation scheduled on this item.
Good morning, Kenton Soodle, Assistant City Manager. I'm just going to say a few quick words about this item, and then I'm going to turn it over to Kathy O'Connor to talk more. Just as a reminder, back in September on the 14th of 2021, the council adopted the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Plan, which was our plan of how to spend our ARPA allocation. So one of those categories was entitled Response to Negative Economic Impacts, and there were several, it was a $37 million category, and there were several subcategories in that plan that contemplated various programs. So today's agreement is for $21,750,000 with the Alliance for Economic Development, and that's really for them to provide those programs on behalf of the city. The four areas from that plan that was adopted previously that are covered under this contract are the Small Business and Nonprofit Assistance Program at $13,750,000, the Minority Disadvantaged Business Program at $2.5 million, the Job Training Program at $4 million, and then Program Administration at $1.5 million, which would be about 7.4% of the funds that are out there. So just to reiterate, really the Alliance would be paid the program administration dollars, but they really would be putting the rest of that contract, while it sounds like a really large amount, and it is those are the funds being put out into those different programs to benefit the different recipients of those funds. So projects will have to be submitted to the city manager's office and approved, and obviously in our agreement they have to follow all the rules and regulations from the Treasury that relate to this program, which, if you're interested to know, the interim rules we've been operating under since last year, they just put the final rules out about a week and a half ago. So that is one of the reasons we've been kind of waiting and working through some of these, and we'll be digesting those as we go. But with that, I'd like to turn it over to Kathy O'Connor to kind of talk more about some of these categories and programs that they'll be running. Kathy?
Thank you. Good morning. Based on the experience that we had managing the CARES Act dollars on behalf of the city and on behalf of Oklahoma County, we've been working with the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber, other stakeholders, the city staff, to develop a series of programs that we think are best suited for this next round of assistance to our small business community. We are really focused on technical assistance this time around, not on grants, direct grants to businesses. What we are continuing to hear is that there's a lot of small businesses that need that type of help. So these are some of the suggested programs that we've come up with so far. So small business assistance would include technical and legal assistance, similar to what we did during the CARES Act, where we've issued a request for proposals for consultants. We match those consultants with the companies and provide oversight for the work that's conducted. We're also looking at what we're calling now a commercial capital improvement grants of about $1 million, and that continues some of the what we called business retrofit in the first round that was really focused on streeteries and outdoor dining and plexiglass shields inside of restaurants and things like that. This time we would like to expand that into even some more facade improvements in some of our more distressed areas of Oklahoma City to help those businesses really get up and running and going again. And then finally, small business grants and loans. We would really like to develop some kind of small business loan pool to help provide better access to capital for some of our smallest businesses. We also have an emphasis on minority and disadvantaged technical assistance. We plan to work to develop a business accelerator program and a corporate contractor program where we would provide both training for existing businesses to become certified contractors for the state, the city, and major corporate entities, but also work on licensing, bonding requirements, all of those other things that go along with being able to bid on various contracts. I think it's both, on this one, it's vendors who provide services and who could provide goods. So there may be instances where we help an existing business kind of pivot their business a little bit into an area where we know there's contracts available and that's closely related to what they're doing right now. And finally, on this round, which we did not do directly through the Alliance with the CARES Act money, is job training and upskilling for workforce development. We see a real need for improving digital skills, manufacturing skills, especially in advanced manufacturing that's becoming more and more technical, hospitality, retail, and service skills, and then the healthcare bioscience sector. So that's really what we believe we will focus on. As Kenny mentioned earlier, each of these programs will have to be fully developed based on the criteria that are in the agreement and presented to the city manager for his approval before we get started. This is just a little bit about the eligibility requirements. I wanted to just kind of go through some of this because there are different categories of individuals and businesses and how they were impacted. So I don't know that I need to read all of this, but I just wanted to provide it to you for your information. This is kind of where we are right now. The ARPA provides that if you're disproportionately impacted, which means you operate in a qualified census tract and you're a minority business, you can qualify. And then other qualifications include demonstration of business impact due to COVID, decreased revenue or gross receipts, financial insecurity, challenges covering payroll, rent, mortgage, or other operating costs. One thing I would like to note this time around, since we are doing more of a, we will not have First Fidelity Bank helping us with the application process this time. We're going to develop our own online application database and client tracking system that we hope we can use into the future to help track these businesses, provide better outreach, and work on some of our other economic development programs in the future to use this same kind of software to connect with the business community. So just a few things about the rest of the administration. Vendors and subcontractors that we use through the Alliance, we will not be providing most of these services directly. We will be contracting those out, and we will have an RFP process for all of that. The programs will be marketed and marketed with and through our community partners, so wide variety of chambers of commerce, commercial district organizations have all been a big help to us during the CARES Act work, and we will continue that. We also plan to hire a couple of community outreach specialists who will be on the staff to provide more of that hands-on assistance to businesses and getting the word out to the community. As I mentioned earlier, we won't have the benefit of using First Fidelity this time around. We will be developing our own records and database system and an online application program. And finally, the program and impact evaluation will be used to measure success. The metrics of business success will be gathered to verify the efficient use of federal funds. So we also have that as a part of the contract that's before you today. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
I have quite a few. Starting with, as I'm looking at this agreement for the payment of the fiscal recovery funds 1.4 on page 4, as we look at job training, upskilling, workforce development, what does that consist of? Because we already have plenty of programs that are around our city that do this work. So is this money supposed to help in the effort of paying for that for people to go to these programs and not create these programs? Or how are we going to ensure, even with our city, that our city structure is helping to ensure that we are upskilling our workforce development and job training for our current employment within the city of Oklahoma City, especially since these are ARPA funds that are supposed to connect the city of Oklahoma City?
So this money is set aside for us to contract with the various providers throughout the community that are already doing job training and upskilling work.
Give me an example of what you're talking about.
MetroTech is providing healthcare, bioscience training to students at MetroTech. That might be an option for us. We will issue a request for proposal and take proposals from whoever's interested in helping or who has programs that need some additional funding to reach more clients. I mean, I think that's the biggest part is how can we provide these kinds of services to more participants free of cost and get this out to a wider variety of people. We've also been approached by companies like Public Strategies, who works with SNAP and TANF recipients to see if we can work with them on getting upskilling and training for some of their participants. And again, any of the community colleges, K through 12, that would like to participate in these programs, we'd love to work with them. And I can't really speak to the city's upskilling efforts. The city manager may have
Yeah, for us,
comments
I mean,
about
we've got
that.
programs within the city that we provide tuition reimbursement for our employees and then individual training programs internally. Certainly any employee that wanted to apply and be a part of programs like this outside of the city would also be eligible.
Well, it seems like there should be a way for our city to be vested in this type of work in order for us to have and create more opportunities for folks to be a part of our city structure and our city government. So I think there should be ways for us to look at how that would operate and how that would work. I would also like to look at how we look at the minority disadvantaged business support and technical assistance. I'm only seeing 2.5, and I think we could do better than that pertaining to an amount. And as I look at small business nonprofit support at $13,750,000, there should be a way for us to alter and amend for minority disadvantaged business support and technical assistance to also receive $4 million if we are truly in the effort of working towards the efforts of developing more of that business support and technical assistance, and especially as we look at the conversations we have continuously had to have pertaining to support, technical assistance, and the lack of a lot of our minority and disadvantaged businesses being able to participate in these programs. And the fact that we know these ARPA funds, by definition, when you look at from the federal definition of how it is supposed to support minority and disadvantaged businesses, we can do a lot better than what this amount says as far as the commitment to those particular parts and sectors of our community that need the most help and have to recover the most because of intentional folks being ignored by policy and those of the like. So I would like for us to look at how we can amend that amount in the benefit of this agreement, and also ensuring that we can get this amount taken care of.
Councilwoman, I want to point out that you're correct, it's embedded in their contract, but that was to mirror what was passed in the council plan. So my recommendation would be, if that's something we want to take a look at, we probably need to come back and look at
Right, we would need to
amending
amend the plan.
the council
That's what was
plan
presented
as well
previously.
as the contract.
But I'd also like to point out, but of the $13,750,000 for small business and nonprofit support, I would anticipate that a great deal of that is used to support minority-owned businesses, that there's no separate bucket for minority-owned businesses. They can participate in any of these programs, just like any other small business impacted by COVID.
Well, I think that's where things get lost in translation a lot, when we have where we are in these types of conversations. So if we're not being specific in that effort, it's also going to be related in public that it's not specific in that effort. So I would rather us be specific in that effort now than have to come back later and say, uh-oh, let's go back and say that. So that's where I have difficulty, and I say that because of the continuous conversations we've had to have since 2020 when we entered into this pandemic and the things that have occurred in our communities.
So are you saying that you want to amend the contract?
I'm okay with amending the contract in order for this to be amended to see what we need to have fit for this to be referenced in what I just asked for.
And you're saying you want to change the amounts out of those two categories?
That's correct.
So you wanted to take funding out of
I wanted to amend
nonprofit
the
and small business
nonprofit
support?
and small business support for us to be able to even the playing field for those minority and disadvantaged businesses to also be the same amount. So it's nothing out of the ordinary as far as just a crazy amount. We already have $4 million that's allotted for the job skills and that type of assistance. So I would like for us to look at how we can amend at least the minority and small advantaged businesses to the same amount of $4 million in the efforts of being able to have the technical assistance and providing growth among minority-owned businesses, as it is mentioned, for the program services and what this is supposed to do for those residents and those business owners.
So do you have that slide that had the amounts on those categories? So we get to it.
Not that, I don't know that we had a slide
know.
that had
Oh, you didn't
the-
have one?
So the plan that was
Yes.
adopted back in September, Craig, it had, and I think legally, it had a large category called response to the negative impacts of COVID, and it was $37 million. We had estimated amounts on the subcategories, and I think that was done intentionally because we knew last time we had programs that some had more demand than we originally built in, and some had less demand. So we do, I think, legally probably have the ability to move some funds around between that. Our intent was trying to be transparent about putting, what dollar amounts we were going to try to allocate there. So I think, legal would probably tell us we could probably do that without action, but my recommendation would be that we, would amend the plan right along with the contract, trying to keep them congruent so that, it's transparent where the money goes. I would say again to Kathy's point, it doesn't preclude, really what we were trying to do with staff is making sure that we ensured at least 2.5 million went only to minority and disadvantaged businesses, while it doesn't preclude any minority or disadvantaged business to apply for any of those other funds. But certainly understand if that's the desire, that would be the recommendation. We'd really need to come back and amend that plan that we adopted back in September, which under the CARES Act, we did that. We had a similar plan and we amended it probably, I think, 6 or 7 times. So we were trying to be a little more flexible, not to have to keep bringing you amendments back, but that is certainly something we could do.
So I would think that we could amend this program, or, the council you could request that in this program, that we amend that here and then approve that, and then we just bring the plan back.
We could do
which
that.
wouldn't require that we delay the contract, but we could align those two.
Yes.
So it'd be taking $1.5 million from the 13,750, right?
Correct.
But- And then moving
it to
that
the-
into the minority and disadvantaged business is what you're requesting.
That's
So
what I'm
you wanna-
requesting. And let me continue to say this, and Ms. Kathy, if you would help me, because we have had difficult conversations trying to help the community in this effort when it comes to minority and disadvantaged businesses. So this is not something we're just pulling off the wall to say, let's do this, and we need extra money just because it's minority people. It's because the need is great. And I believe you all have received information from some of these local businesses. I continuously have conversations with a lot of these businesses, and I know you have information from these businesses that we could not help, that fell through the cracks. So there is a way for us to be able to make those good as far as being able to help with this technical assistance and moving forward in this other way for those businesses, because it was a hard hit, as we all know. And if for minority businesses, it was just as hard, or any business that operates maybe outside of their own residence or different things, whatever their capacity may have been. If it's a smaller type of business, it wasn't served in the best way in a lot of ways. And that was unfortunate. So there are things that we can do to assist in that effort. And again, federally, how ARPA was defined in a lot of ways was to help these minority and disadvantaged businesses. So that's what I would like for us to do. And Ms. Kathy, if I'm wrong, correct me, but I would hope that we both agree that there was a grave concern that we couldn't help a lot of these folks who needed the most help.
Yeah, and in that 13,750, even as we're developing the programs, we've been talking about some very specific minority business targeted efforts that are just part of that 13,750 and went beyond the $2.5 million that was in that original resolution. So we're definitely all in agreement on that.
The other thing, if we're going to amend the agreement, we're in a much better position now that the final rules came out last week, and that will help us significantly.
Council,
go ahead, please.
Councilwoman Nice, when you say that businesses were falling through the cracks, can you kind of explain or elaborate on that a little bit, what their hurdles were?
I can start, and Ms. Kathy will have to help me fill in those gaps of this question. But when we looked at a lot of the companies, we had companies, and a good example is Northeast 23rd at the East Point location. A lot of those companies were trying to get off the ground, and because they opened or started their business right at the cusp of COVID, they were disqualified, and they couldn't even open their business in the way that they needed to get revenue to start. So that was a difficulty for a lot of those businesses. And now when we have new rules and different guidelines through ARPA, it allows for us to be able to help those businesses that were stressed at that time to be able to assist them in these efforts. And then we had a lot of other smaller businesses that had to shut their doors for a certain time, maybe because they had families, whatever the case may be. And for them to be able to come back and say they had a hardship, it was hard for them to be able to prove that there was that hardship, whether it be because they didn't keep good records, just because of the type of business that they had, whether it had been because of the requirements as far as banks in the First Fidelity Bank is concerned, that you had to prove all of these types of things. And not to say a lot of folks didn't have that type of record for their keeping, but because they didn't have a lot of those things at their access, it was a difficult situation for a lot of folks too. So it really expounded my knowledge of the different types of small businesses and how those small businesses define themselves. And a lot of small business owners don't use their business name, they use their personal name. So even with this technical assistance, it will help us to be able to ensure that we're getting even those business owners on the right track, because they fell through the cracks because they didn't have a business name, a business model, but they were operating as their own personal business, if that makes sense. I know it probably didn't the way I explained that, but I understand it, and I'm happy to have a long conversation about it. But those were the difficulties, if you will, that me personally, that I experienced in the conversations that I had with business owners. And Ms. Kathy, I'm not sure if you had some of the similar conversations.
The biggest issues we had were adequate documentation to meet the requirements, the federal requirements. We did have a timing issue with businesses who couldn't demonstrate an impact from COVID because they had just opened. And finally, I think there's this big kind of business sustainability, or that they don't have the systems in place. They may not have an LLC set up. They may not have the legal framework. They may not be filing their taxes. I mean, all kinds of different things we ran across that are kind of related to how can you make these small businesses sustainable and thrive in the future. And that's what we really want to build on this time.
And Councilman, that first, the timing thing that Kathy's talking about and that Councilwoman Nice listed first, that was a huge one. Like, I have a Ward 2 resident who has a Ward 6 business and 2 young women, and they brought this to our attention and into the Alliance, and it was, our hands are kind of tied behind your back, because the requirement said that a business had to present what they had made in 2019, I think it was about a year out prior to COVID, versus what they had done in COVID. Well, if your business starts March 2020, right, there's no path backwards. Meanwhile, someone had started and it's like, whoopsie, now we're in this really bad place. So that was definitely everything that I just heard. It wasn't just specific to Ward 7. It was definitely residents in Ward 2 who are business owners in Ward 6. And I heard it in our commercial districts as well. Some of the bars and restaurants owned by historically disadvantaged, LGBT, Asian American, Black and brown, but then even outside the minority disadvantaged groups, I would hear it just amongst just everybody. I mean, this just hit so hard, and these were exactly the pitfalls. So I'm glad to hear that these are precisely the things we're addressing this time at the federal level.
And I will say that First Fidelity did everything they could to qualify as many people as they possibly could, but there's only so much you can do sometimes. And on some of these new startups, we were able to provide them with technical assistance. They weren't eligible for the grants. So I just want to make everybody aware of that. And we worked with quite a few of those kinds of businesses.
And I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, and the technical assistance was very helpful. And now on this side, with them being able to qualify as that small business or minority business or disadvantaged business, however they want to define themselves, this will help them to get over that hump and be able to, again, to the point of sustainability. And I still want you all to think about those businesses. I say specifically in East Point because they got hit really hard, and it was very hard for them to open all of those businesses. And one one of them just opened within the last few months, so it's being able to now get their footing where they can move forward as well.
And then the only other thing I would add is I'd be very interested, and I remember working with other council members and with the Economic Alliance Vault. I feel like a virtual type town hall where we present this information and all the kind of partners that you and the councilwoman were kind of noting, whether it's OKCPS, Putnam City, Metro Tech, and the commercial districts across the whole city, like letting them know ahead of time, this is a moment to learn more about what we're doing. I'd love to co-host that with anybody on council who would.
We'll be having a lot of different kinds of community outreach, and we'll have to get the programs approved before we start rolling them out specifically. So there's a couple more steps in the process.
And all I can also say is that I know there's sometimes people might think, COVID's done, it's all over. I just keep hearing from small businesses about how much hurt remains and how much uncertainty remains, even in the face of these kind of record sales tax collections for the city. Both are true. So thank you.
Okay, so what we're hearing, we think, is that Councilwoman Nice would like to make a motion to amend page 4 of the operating agreement, item 1.4. You see that there's $3 amounts there in 3 different categories, that the second category would move from $2.5 million to $4 million, and the third category would move from $13,750,000 to $12,250,000. Councilwoman Nice, is that a correct articulation of your desired amendment?
That sounds correct.
Okay.
And I would clarify, excuse me, I would clarify as well that if there's any other places this is referenced in the document, that we will align that with what's agreed in this portion.
I thought what we were going to do was amend the September agreement and then come back and take a look at this.
So we can do that. We can hold on that and do that. I believe we could go ahead with this and then come back and amend the plan. We could still do that. It was a plan. We can come back and amend the plan. That way this could move forward and we could start our work on getting the agreements in place, and then we'll come back and address the plan, but we will still bring that back to council.
What do you think, Kathy?
Well, I would like to go ahead and approve the agreement so that we can get started. We have held off on a lot of the implementation and the lead activities that have to happen because we did not have a guarantee of the funding. So I would prefer that we go ahead and approve the agreement with that change.
Hey, Kathy, over
If
here.
that's legal.
Yeah. I would like to see the results of the first round of funding in terms of how they impacted both the individuals and businesses. And I know the Alliance didn't necessarily manage these various projects. EY is mentioned up here as being one of the consultants. Very good firm, but I'd like to see the results in each of the areas.
Okay. We can do that.
And going forward.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a few questions, but I don't want to get in the way of the amendment if we're doing that right
Are
now.
your questions
'cause
relative?
my questions are not related to the
All right, let's do the
amendment.
amendment real quick then.
Okay.
So Councilwoman Nice, you'd like to make that motion to amend as I just described. It would also be, as the city manager said, operative throughout the agreement. Okay, we have a motion and a second to amend item 9AT as described. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item has been amended. Now, Councilwoman Ham.
Yeah, okay, so one of my concerns and questions was about the eligibility on a few different levels, and one of them was what has been mentioned about the timeline of folks that can be eligible for support, because to the point about folks falling in that gap, I actually spoke to a business on Friday, a commercial waste business that literally started like February of 2020. And so as far as the federal guidelines are concerned, we won't have that same issue of like if you weren't operating in March of 2020 or fully off the ground, because all of these businesses that we've talked to, they had taken on debt, they had signed leases, but they just didn't have the documentation of revenue to example the need, essentially.
I will say we're still working through the 400 plus pages that just came out like a week ago. However, I do believe, to what Kathy said, there's a lot more flexibility in this one, and there still is a time period that it's looking at, starting back in March of 21 forward. That's the time period that people have to demonstrate that they've had impacts. However, there's a lot more flexibility about things like startups and things like that. And so I think, I'm going to have to say we're going to have to come back and look at it on a case by case, but I do believe that there's a lot more flexibility in ARPA than there was in
It's not just
CARES.
based solely on revenue. There might be other factors
Yes,
of
there's
what needs.
some of the things I think Kathy mentioned in one of her slides was like, you can look at, do they need to hire people back? Do they have problems with rent or mortgage, a business paying their lease or mortgage payments? Do they have issues making payroll from, during that time frame? And so there are things like this you can definitely look at. And then one of the things she talked about was if you're in the qualified census tract or you're a minority or disadvantaged business, there are less hurdles. So in other words, if you are not in that category, you still have to demonstrate, kind of like in CARES, showing loss of revenue, showing these expenses, things like that, and proving that they're related to COVID. However, if you're in a census tract or you're a minority or disadvantaged business, Treasury will allow you to assume that those are effects of COVID. And so it really provides a lot more flexibility kind of in both of those areas.
Okay.
With the caveat, we're still digesting
there's
these
still
new
a lot of
rules that
pages to
came
go
out.
through.
But my understanding is they made things even more flexible than the interim rules that they put out months ago.
And this is somewhat tied to eligibility, but also just in the presentation, under the small business and nonprofit, I didn't really understand how nonprofits fit into those three, I think there were 3 or 4 bullet points. There's like technical assistance and a few, but the things that I've been hearing from nonprofits that they might request didn't seem to fit in there, and I just want to see if we need to tell them, sorry, no dice, or if there's still some eligibility based on the types of things certain nonprofits might be interested in applying for.
Sure. Amanda Carpenter, Deputy Municipal Counselor. Actually, nonprofits have a little more flexibility than small businesses do, so long as they qualify as a C3 or a C19, then they develop that eligibility as considered as a nonprofit versus a small business has some other information that they have to comply with. And then they would do those same things as showing the loss or the costs or the reasons that they're affected by COVID, and they would be eligible to participate in the same programs and have those costs taken care of.
So we will be accepting applications from nonprofits,
Okay.
similar to what we did with the second or third round of the CARES Act money.
So if there was like an infrastructure project someone was interested in doing that was about their building to provide more space or better space services, like what types of?
That may not fit in.
Okay.
That may be too, what we're talking about is technical assistance to the nonprofit or the small business.
Okay, because that's not what I'm hearing the need is.
Well, yeah, I think we're limited to some of the amount of
Right.
funding that we have and the kinds of things that we can do, so.
I guess part of me is frustrated about the way this process is going because, something I would have preferred to see is maybe, and maybe this is still a possibility, but, if like a nonprofit or even a small business, because I guess that kind of fits in, going through a process like our community development block grant with the public review committee that can provide some feedback, oversight, transparency, because looking at what was at the grants that were given through CARES, and I know there's some differences, but I'm hearing from some nonprofits that, our budget was too big, so we didn't qualify. But then there are nonprofits that did receive assistance that I assume have as big of, or if not bigger budgets than the nonprofits I'm hearing from. And again, I'm not hearing that for nonprofit side at least, that technical assistance is what's needed. It's more, we want to implement a workforce training program and we need more space to do that. And so it's more of an infrastructure need than, so I'm not really seeing how this is really going to assist the need that I'm hearing from nonprofits in the community and how that might really help people on the ground in an additional way that might make us more resilient to, like one of the nonprofits I've spoken with is healthcare facility for low-income folks. And, they've been open 100% and tried to, stagger appointments and keep everyone safe and healthy. But, they're crunched on space. And if in the future, well, as this continues to affect our healthcare industry so much with 0 hospital beds in the city available, that seems to be like a need that, as I understand ARPA, would fit within ARPA funding guidelines, and something that I would be interested in seeing us have be eligible expenses. Because again, coming from the nonprofit world, I don't know anyone who's like, technical assistance, that's what we need right now. It's more, we need to provide funding for expanded eviction protections as people are not paying, or their landlords aren't paying their water bills and being without water or heat for months on end.
So you're correct that really the focus of our ARPA plan is different than CARES. There are some grants and things in there. I think early on, the way we were heading was we did a lot of just grants and giving money to individuals and businesses through CARES, and we were trying to pivot more during ARPA to be more of a help people build sustainability and resiliency in their businesses and also individuals with the job training and things like that. I think there are some of those that may fit in if it's a retrofit, something that they're doing. When you mentioned construction project, some of those would potentially fit in, like Kathy mentioned, the streeteries. If it's COVID related, if it's a retrofit of something to help their business or nonprofit organization deal with one of those issues, that may fit in. I do think widespread, if the need is grants, that is not what this is designed for, and that is something that would, in my opinion, take an amendment to our plan overall.
Right.
We really tried to focus it more that way.
And I think we ended up too, when we looked at this, is about 36% of this was looked at about outwardly, with the funding that we had in total, and the other portion doing revenue replacement and trying to take care of critical city projects that serve our residents as well. As Kenny was saying, what we had done before was trying to really help nonprofits who were suffering from not being able to collect as much, didn't have as much revenue coming in. Expanding those programs hadn't been a part of the design or what was approved with the council with the plan as we proposed that previously. So it was not included in that. So there have to be something that we come back and carve out funds for that. And right now we've got these funds that are in here for the business assistance. We've got some for health assistance. And I think there's another section that we've got to come forward with that was more of the outward facing. And we've got about 78 million right now is for internal to deal with, or I say internal, it's still dealing with the community, but dealing with infrastructure and other city type projects.
And you did allocate funding to the United Way and
Yes.
Allied Arts for
Yes.
programs beyond just their member agencies.
Umbrella, yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing too, I just want to answer the eligibility, CARES, we did, I think, it wasn't based on revenue, or budget, it was based on 100 employees or less, I believe is how we defined it. We haven't defined that yet here.
Yeah.
I think ARPA does have a max. It defines those as, I believe it's 500.
500, it's the same
So
SBA
it's got a
definition.
larger threshold on that, but that's something else that we have to work out on what's the right level where to set that, if at all.
Okay.
Is there a way to revisit the nonprofit part
You
of
could
it? If not
revisit
now-
that, and if you want to carve out funds for that, we'd have to take them out of one of these programs to do it. That was my point, was when we did the plan previously, was to kind of put these buckets of funds and how they would be used. We would have to pull funds out of another program to do that.
I just worry, this reminds me of, and those of us who dug deep into this will recall, this reminds me of where we were with venues, where initially we thought we could address in kind of an umbrella way the needs in the community, and then we found that there was a very specific concern within the venues, and we had to go back and do a whole thing, and I'm worried that might be where we're heading with the nonprofit side of this, because
I think the difference might be in each one of those. It was a matter of loss of revenue and loss of business that we were focused on, whether it be a nonprofit or it be a business. This is looking at possibly expanding or changing the scope of a business, and I just think that's been outside of the scope of what we've discussed. And I'm not saying the council can't do that, I'm just saying it's been outside of that scope of what we've discussed.
Okay, so there's a citizen who signed up to speak on this item. Why don't we handle that? John Pettis?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. John Pettis, 1208 Northeast 55th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 405-641-7566. When I signed my slip to speak before this council, I was concerned that in the background supportive information, it mentioned housing at the September meeting, and in this meeting, it wasn't included. I since talked to Ms. O'Connor, and she said that housing would perhaps be part of an infrastructure that will be submitted at a later date. So that was why I had asked.
Yes, sir.
Because the question that I had regarding housing also involved infrastructure. So that was it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I wanted to continue with this conversation, and this is my last statement. As we continue to work through the wording or how these programs will continue to be built, I would like to be a part of that conversation. So I'm hoping we'll be able to, not hoping, but I expect that we'll be able to meet and talk about that.
City Manager, on Mr. Pettis's housing concern, I know that we're already kind of thinking ahead about the housing portion of this. I'm really interested, the more I'm talking to folk in the homelessness world services, about emergency supportive services as it relates specifically to the demographic that makes, I think it was like 60% of AMI, but that kind of $30,000 to $60,000 range, or maybe someone who better understands that world could give us some more defined numbers there. But what I'm worried about, and Councilwoman Hammond kind of helped me think through it when she just mentioned some property owners like turning off water, and we've heard these sorts of things. Something else that has been happening is sometimes a property owner will raise the rent, and they've been doing it during the pandemic, and suddenly the barista or the server, the teacher, who was paying $600 or $700 a month in rent suddenly now has a $900, and they're at a very increased risk of facing eviction. And once they face eviction, well, we remember the time, like the kind of process here. Face eviction, now I'm evicted, now my credit score, and now they're really the ones up for grabs to become homeless, and then the ones that we would have to later down the road put in permanent supportive housing. So I'm trying to think how we can use any sort of existing programs that are about those sort of emergency supportive services that would keep people from falling out of that kind of working class, if you're talking about $20,000 to $30,000 a year, but our service industry folk and our teachers in the public sector, like, I think I guess what I'm saying is there's more housing insecurity, and it was already there pre-pandemic, and the pandemic is highlighting it even more. And so I'm wondering how ARPA might be useful to help people from falling into homelessness.
Now I would say that I think that falls more under our rental assistance program than it does directly within our ARPA of what we've designed right now, that it's more of the rental assistance program that's being managed with Community Foundations of Oklahoma. That would probably it'd be more in that category with a separate funding source than directly in our ARPA funds.
I'd like to, I guess it'd be outside of this meeting, but I see on AS about the rental assistance. I'd like to learn more, and I'd like to, I guess, kind of find out a little bit more about what those needs are, because this is something that people are bringing to me in terms of like a concern that they have. People who are doing work in the homelessness community, that they're telling me the concern is that people who are currently housed, in terms of, again, they really specify our service industry and our teachers, and that they're the ones who, as the rents go up, can find themselves ultimately sliding into a cycle of homelessness. And that's a huge concern that I share. So I'd like to learn more, maybe set up some sort of meeting and then start thinking about what we might be able to do to strengthen that along the way. Thank you, sir.
If we can't defer this item, I'd like to vote separately on it. I think, I just, again, like I mentioned earlier, I feel like I've been a little frustrated by this process and feel a little bit like either I was misunderstanding or there was just a disconnect in communication about what I was under the impression some of these funds were going to be able to be utilized for. And in particular, one of my biggest concerns at this outset of this process was that there was conversation, things that came out of like the National League of Cities and different kind of those large nationwide entities that kind of help support municipalities about, there was a really strong focus for ARPA on community engagement and getting community feedback and input about what we really need these funds utilized for. And so far, it really just sort of feels like, well, we had some meetings with council members to just get general ideas, and then, we had, and I appreciate the process that the city has gone through based on its city funds that, about getting submissions from all the different departments and having, this like ranking process based on lots of different factors. I think that's a really great process to be able to really show these are the things that are rising to the top and this is the input that we're getting from across departments. Whereas with this, it just sort of feels like, well, we kind of did this with CARES and now we're gonna do it again, but different, and we just haven't really there hasn't been much, in my mind, effort on getting community engagement or feedback about what those needs are. Because like I said, I mean, maybe I'll get a call later today and some nonprofit will be like, no, we are desperate for technical assistance. But based on what I've been hearing out in the community, we can't technical assistance our way out of, landlords not paying the heating bill. We can't, I just feel like there are needs that these funds could be utilized for that could have that long-term impact on supporting the community, making us more resilient to the ongoing pandemic and future potential other issues. But I'm not seeing it in this. And so unless we can defer this item to talk more about that, I'd just like to vote separately on it. So I can just at least voice those concerns through a vote.
Okay.
May I ask, Councilwoman, as I hear those concerns, and City Manager, maybe you can help. In fact, I think you would be the one to help on this. Like, if we deferred this, I'm curious, Councilwoman, I think maybe between the two of you, what could community outreach look like? Who are we talking to? How can we be that intentional to make sure that we're not just deferring something for 2 weeks without that sort of engagement? And you mentioned just a couple nonprofits as examples, and I have this concern, as I mentioned, about the rental side of things. Thanks.
I mean, we've done community outreach on several different topics. We could do some kind of community outreach. It's going to delay the moving forward with this project in some of these programs. But if we do it, it's basically going to take the feedback that we get provided to the council, and then the council makes decisions on where you want to head. Like if you wanted to make a change in some of the programming.
So where have we gotten community feedback from?
No, I'm saying if we did that, if we
Because
did
it sounds
that
like you said
and
we
reached
did
out
it.
again, it would be take all of that information, bring it together. I'm saying in other processes.
Okay, because you keep saying again, and so it sounds like we've done it before, which
no.
I'm not
I'm
under the
saying the way
impression we
we've
have.
managed other processes, that we
Gotcha.
could go out and do this community outreach, We put an email site out there, people can provide feedback. You take all the feedback and try to consume that and summarize it so the council has information, and ultimately we come back to the council to make recommendations on what we would do.
Is that something that within the 2 weeks, I do feel time is of the essence. And
I mean, we could do something like that and do it as short and as long as you want to do it. It's just a matter of the timing.
And I mean, to just be perfectly frank about some of the groups that have reached out to me, and this is where I worry that there are groups that don't even know it's an option, and so they just kind of go, I don't, that they probably won't listen to me anyway. But, I've heard from the Regional Food Bank, I've heard from Legal Aid, I've heard from the Health Alliance for the Uninsured, as well as Good Shepherd Clinic, Lyric Theater. There have been groups that have reached out, and they came to myself or a number of council members asking, we want to have some understanding about where this process is going and maybe some input as to where it's going. And, we've referred them to staff, we've referred folks to city manager's office, but I'm not seeing where in this there's any response to that feedback. And again, like I said, there are probably needs that go, maybe we can't meet all of them, but that are out in the community that people are just either unaware of or don't feel like will listen or that they don't feel empowered to grab our ear and say, this is where we've been struggling, this is what we're trying to do going forward, but these are the gaps that we're seeing or the ways. And so, I think a process like that would be great because I think it does allow for a little more democratic, like making sure more people know about it and getting as much kind of just basic input. But I do agree, I want to be timely. But so if there's a process we can do that's similar to that in the next week or two, I would be very interested in that, and seeing what kind of feedback we get to see, can we shift some of these funds to respond to some of those needs that still fit within the requirements that the federal, and that's why I mentioned the CDBG overview group committee that I know our planning department works with, because they are very familiar with having to kind of wade through all those federal issues, so and guidelines and rules. So because I think even going to that group and the work, different partners that submit for those sorts of grants would be useful. I feel like maybe we're missing an opportunity to potentially meet some needs that that we haven't even really been able to, haven't been rising to the surface because we haven't solicited the feedback.
And to the point of Councilwoman Hammond, don't we have a board or committee for the community development?
Mm-hmm.
So it seems as if something such as this magnitude could be vetted through this type of committee as well.
It could be. I just feel like just anything that we do at this point that goes into a process like that or goes through that additional process, it's going to be months going through that and doing the staff work and all, as opposed to doing it through a program that's laid out like this where people can put in applications and it gets reviewed. It would be preparing all of that before we get to a point that we're actually implementing a program.
I think the concern is the review. Who's reviewing? And even though there's a criteria, who's reviewing? And them being biased or unbiased depending on who it could be. So those are always going to be concerns when we look at these types of situations moving forward, or with any type of programming, when you have a certain body that oversees that type of work.
I think my preference would be to, and Council, I appreciate your patience. I think we're heading in the right direction. I think 2 weeks with the list of folk that, and if anyone else has got folk, but the folk that we just heard from Councilwoman Hammond, getting that, and then the ways we've done this before, City Manager, trust your guidance on that. And anybody, excuse me, anybody who might find themselves, excuse me again, a bit bored by this taking so long, I understand that, but please hear me when I say, when someone like Lyric reaches out to you and tells you what they're facing right now, or when the small businesses reach out to you and worry that their doors will shutter, their workers will no longer have employment, and they're telling you that as your elected representative, it's like the weight of the world. It's the weight of the city. So I really appreciate your patience in hearing this out. I want to get it right because I don't want to come back months from now and suddenly Lyric's gone, or the health stuff that regional food bank. I just want to make, and I think again we're heading in the right direction. So this is not like a throw my hands up moment. I'm just saying, if 2 weeks can get us to a stronger place, then let's do that.
Yeah. So I'd be happy to make a motion to defer if that is possible.
Okay, so that's a motion to defer item 9AT as amended. So motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 8-1. So the item is deferred.
And Mayor,
yes,
Mr. City Manager, I'd like to request we have a briefing prior to the next meeting to go over what any changes may look like. And they can be by teams or, we don't have to do it in person.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult to get outreach done and get everything ready and get a program, because really what it would be is we're bringing information back to the council, and then you're deciding how you want to amend the plan, which would then be what do we do with the program.
Yeah, it could be a month.
So do we need to defer it for a month? Because maybe that is just better use of everyone's time than.
I think you can defer it for 2 weeks like we have right now, like what was approved, and then we can come back, and if we needed to defer again, we could.
Okay.
But we want to move this ahead as quickly as we can.
Okay, that sounds fine.
Okay, that brings us to item AV that Councilwoman Nice wished to speak to.
Yes, I know this is part of the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust. So I read the memo, so I wanted to be spoken publicly about what this agreement is and what the process as far as the reimbursement consists of.
Joanna McSpadden with the Finance Department. So this is an amendment to an economic development agreement that was approved back in 2016. The project was substantially completed in July of 2016 and therefore met the intent of the no-flip clause that we include in all of our economic development agreements. They didn't get their minor paperwork completed until August of 2017, and so we didn't start the clock on that no-flip clause. So when this has happened in the past, we have recommended that we waive that no-flip clause and we require the development to pay back that portion of the incentive that wasn't recovered under their ownership, which is what that $183,000 is. I'd be happy to answer more specific questions.
That's all that I had. Thank you.
Okay, we'll stay with you, Councilwoman Nice. Item AY you wish to speak to.
Okay. This is the bill of sale, so I actually understand this, but I would like for someone publicly to explain this as well, so people understand what this means and what we are doing with this particular item.
Yeah, so as part of the project for the Homeland Grocery Store at 36th and Lincoln, we approved a master development agreement several months ago, and one of the items prescribed in that agreement was that once the development finished the parking lot, that the city would purchase that. And those improvements have been completed. They've been inspected by all the various required construction inspection folks. And now, as part of that master development agreement, we'll fund $1.9 million, which is the appraised value of the parking lot, to the developer.
And I also want us to keep in mind, because of, it's not really complex, but a lot of things that are moving as far as moving parts on this piece of property specifically, and the parking lot as well with maps 3 as far as our senior wellness center, that I wanted to make sure we had explanation of what this means, and we had something that came before our last meeting pertaining to the other part for this part of the parking lot. So it's a lot going on, but either way, parking lot is what it is. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll also stay with you again on item BC you wish to speak about.
Yes. I know we have requests for proposals to be advertised. So I know a lot of folks have been asking and trying to vet themselves for this particular project. So I would openly like to hear what the request for proposals to be advertised will be, and how we move forward with making sure this is saturated in the city as far as what we're asking for.
Thank you, David Todd, MAPS Program Manager. As you said, this is the RFP for the operator for the Foster Center. It's in line with the usual process that we go through. It's been approved by the subcommittee and the advisory board. For some of the specifics, I'm going to lean on Jason Cotton here. ADG prepared the actual RFP, and he can hit some of the highlights if you'd like.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for your time this morning. So, Councilwoman Nice, I just want to make sure I understand your question specifically, make sure I answer it. I mean, I can walk you through the RFP if that would help, or if you have specific questions.
Walk me through the RFP, but also just want to ensure that the folks understand this process and the timeline, because I know the timeline specifically, we still have a while before this is going to be done. So it seems urgent that this is taking place before that. So I want the clarification of why.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so as David said, this is our standard process that we go through as a part of the securing an operator for the MAPS projects. And so bringing this RFP forward and getting approval by council for it so that we can advertise it is really our first step. And so we have put together this document that we feel like captures as accurately as possible what the intent of council was with this facility. And so the format of the proposal, I'm going to step through the presentation that you're seeing here. The presentation that you're seeing here is one that we gave the board just last month. Just to, our goal in presenting this is really to hit the high points of the RFP, and so I think that hopefully this will answer all your questions. So we started with the schedule, as you commented, it's sometime before it starts construction. Really, the part that we're in here is this phase that we identify as the operator selection and agreement, and so we divide this really into 3 activities. You can see those here. We're really just in this first phase, which we call advertisement. There'll be several steps that we will bring this back to council. Once we go through the selection process and that selection committee makes a recommendation to council, that will come back. There'll be a point where you will approve either an MOU or a binding term sheet likely, which will be early in construction or design. And then obviously the final agreement. So we're really just at this first phase, which is just the approval of the actual RFP. The advertisement itself, like I said, it's follows the standard outline. We talk a little bit about the project. We talk about what the specific submittal requirements are. If there's any additional requirements, we list specifically for any potential respondents exactly what they need to provide as a part of their response back to the city. And so we enumerate all those things in the proposal. This is just some additional RFP details in the RFP. So we talk a little bit, explain the project, that it's a $15 million project. A lot of the language that you see here, or some of the language that you see here, is straight out of the resolution. So we mentioned in the RFP that the facility has a specific focus on aiding minority, small, and disadvantaged businesses. We did identify also in the RFP that it's our goal to bring this operating partner on relatively early in the process. The idea is that that operator comes on board and is selected so that they get to be a part of programming the facility, designing the facility, and just helps to ensure that really we have the best project possible. We did give in the RFP, if you were to go through and read the specific language that's in the RFP, it does give a brief historical background on the facility just to tune people into that. We talk a little bit about the timing of construction activities for the Willie D. Johnson Center. So there are some activities going on at the facility today that need to be relocated. And so really those need to be relocated into the Willie D. Johnson Center before we can start construction. So we're trying to explain how all of these pieces are connected. We talked a little bit about early visioning, and so some of this language that you see here was not in the the original resolution, but was brought forward in the presentations that were made to council in the summer of 2019. And so we talk about this business accelerator model, focus on addressing minority-owned businesses and future minority entrepreneurs, consulting and coaching services. All of the things that you see here are listed in the RFP. We talk about some potential programmatic elements, co-working spaces, flex workspaces. We clarify in the RFP that it could potentially be a single operator. It could be a consortium of entities that might team together, but we really have to have a single provider. The city would have to have a single provider to contract with, or if it is a consortium, they have to be under a common legal entity. So we try to clarify that. There's mention in the RFP that the respondents need to have experience with similar facilities, be able to provide programs and activities that serve identified clientele. And I'm going to try to get through this relatively quick. There is a section in the RFP that we specifically identified the submittal requirements, so what the respondents need to provide back to the city as a part of their response. Probably one of the most important things in this list that you see here is a business plan. So we ask all the respondents to provide essentially a 5-year business plan that gives us an understanding of how they're going to operate the facility, how they're going to staff it, what their operational expenses are, and how they're going to fund that. And then, as I said before, there's a list of all the specific criteria, proposal evaluation criteria. So this really follows relatively closely to what we request that they submit as a part of their response back to the city. And then in terms of schedule, obviously today, assuming that this is acceptable to council and we move forward, we can start the advertisement process. Really what we've got sketched out right now is we would have a pre-proposal conference on February 9th, so beginning of next month. We would receive the letters of interest or the proposals in early March, and then really in March and April we would go through the selection process. The selection committee obviously would make a recommendation, and that recommendation would come back through the subcommittee, the Citizens Advisory Board, and then obviously onto this council. So with that, I would be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
I only have one. Will you send me a copy of this? I would like to make sure we get this out to the community or the city. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, BD has a presentation.
So this is the master development. This is the master development agreement with Convergence for the development of the Innovation Hall, and we have a presentation from on the project as it would work, is both on the project as a whole as well as the specifics to the innovation project.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor Holt and council folks, for the opportunity to describe what we believe is our wonderful project. We bought this land in December 2020, and we've been planning this project ever since. We're ready to break ground in April. So it's a joint venture between myself, which is Robinson Park, and Gardner Tannenbaum. FSB is our architect, and we have selected our contract, which would be Lingo Construction. As you can see, the site is just south of OSU Discovery. It sits in between the OU Research Park and OSU Discovery, which is the site that was originally projected for or in the Perkins and Will plan that you guys had put together. This actually is an aerial that actually shows our site as it sits on the property. As you can see, right next door also to the Department of Commerce. One of the key elements of our particular project, we'll get to it here in a minute, is really connecting the universities together and providing a place that the universities will work together to provide new innovation and new job opportunities for all Oklahomans. So I'd like to read this a little bit because I think it's important. So Convergence, which is the name of our particular development, is a place where people come together to establish a new beginning and lay the groundwork of the future. In keeping with the spirit of physical positioning, the Convergence development will continue the legacy as an elevated platform of exploration, collaboration, and creation. This new destination provides creative minds from all walks of life a place to come together, share ideas, and shape the future. And I think that's our development will mirror well into what the Innovation Hall I think was originally planned to do. So our initial phase will be an office tower, which will be a little over 211,000 square feet, have all the amenities of a current modern office building. We will also have 50,000 square feet of lab space. And we have subterranean parking. One of the things we felt was imperative in the Innovation District is to make it a walkable place, make it a place that people can enjoy and without the vehicular traffic. So we have all of our parking below grade, which is one of the reasons the project is so expensive. As we get into phase 2, which is a second office building, we will have to construct a parking structure, but this phase 1 has all parking below grade. And as within our company, we have 4 models: health, safety, clean, and green, and that will also be implemented within this particular project. And it will have leading edge technology. With a project which sits on Harrison Avenue or 8th Street, which will be a hotel, which we have planned to call it the Stiles Hotel, and a member of Stiles Avenue, which has been closed for our development. It'll be a full-service hotel, state-of-the-art hotel, with all the amenities of a first-class hotel. It is the front door of our particular project. We think it's a key element to ensure it's done right. And it does have 107 keys. Lastly, before we get into the cost, I want to really talk about the public realm piece. What you see in this particular picture is Beacon of Hope. Beacon of Hope will stay right where it is. We're not moving Beacon of Hope. We're just going to re-engage what is Stiles Park. And we'll get to that here in just a little bit. But that is the key element that really, when you look at the OU Research Park and look straight up to Baker Hughes, you're looking down a very large open public realm piece. And another key element of us, we have what we call the V shape. And the bottom of the V is the Beacon of Hope, and it extends straight up to Baker Hughes. It also extends to the right, which would be allow for the remaining portion of Innovation District to connect to our development, and the Innovation Hall sits at that connection point. As you can see in this picture up in the upper left-hand corner, we have a third-floor elevated plaza, which is meant to be an open public space and be open 24 hours. Here's a financial summary. It's about $177.5 million, of which the office tower and parking is a little over $100 million. The hotel is about $46 million. And the Innovation Hall, just to build the base structure, not including all the infrastructure that we'll provide, and we'll get to that here in just a second. Our commitment to you is we're going to maintain that third floor area as a public area. We have agreed to maintain Innovation Hall at no cost to the city. We have agreed to match $10 million to get the $10 million to build your particular facility, as well as we're going to maintain Stiles Park and maintain all the off-street landscaping. So I'll let Kathy continue to talk about the financial structure.
Thank you. I want to more specifically talk a little bit about the master development agreement that's before you today. The agreement is between the city, the developer, BT Development, and the Oklahoma City Redevelopment Authority. And it spells out a way that the $10 million in MAPS funds can be provided to this project. If you recall, the original resolution of intent for MAPS 4 required that in order for Innovation Hall to be constructed and receive $10 million from the MAPS program, $10 million from non-MAPS sources had to be identified to match that funding. So this project was always envisioned as some kind of public-private partnership. It was never to be fully funded by the city. So this opportunity through Project Convergence allows us a way to match the $10 million and receive the $10 million donation from the developer. I'm going to go through some of this really quick. The proposed location is, as Mark mentioned, was envisioned in the Perkins and Will study that we did several years ago for the Innovation District. That study identified where the hub or the heart of the district would be and where it would be best to locate some kind of facility like Innovation Hall. We will also have approval of conceptual design by the MAPS, the subcommittee, the advisory board, and by City Council. And this is one of the MAPS 4 lead projects. So here's Stiles Park. I'm going to go through this really quick in the interest of time, because Mark already covered it. And then here's just a little bit more about the Master Development Agreement. It requires, I've already explained what the agreement is. It does require the developer to provide the redevelopment authority with evidence that they have expended a minimum of $10 million on non-MAPS funds on Innovation Hall and related infrastructure. The developer will provide all pre-development services for Innovation Hall. They'll submit floor plans and elevations for review, comment, and approval by the city. Requires the developer to construct, operate, and maintain Innovation Hall, and to convey the title of the surface of the land where Innovation Hall will be located to the redevelopment authority or to the city after construction is complete. In the plan that we have today, Innovation Hall is constructed on top of the subterranean parking garage. So we will be conveying the developer will convey the footprint of the building to either Okra or the city. It requires the redevelopment authority to provide oversight consistent with the resolution of intent for MAPS 4 and for the Innovation District Project Plan, which is the governing document for the TIF district in the area. We are to negotiate, enter into, and implement any economic development agreements with the developer, which we already have entered into that agreement. We will ensure that Innovation Hall and the related infrastructure are open to the public and operated and maintained, and we will provide periodic reports to the city during construction and throughout the operation of Innovation Hall. One thing I do want to emphasize is that when we talk about the operation of Innovation Hall, we are talking about the physical building, not the operator who will provide the services and programming that the city will fund through MAPS 4. That operator is being selected through a separate RFP process that is already underway and in the works through the city. This is, again, the summary of the financing for the project. The primary debt for the project is about $79 million. We do plan to use what's called PACE financing, which is a clean energy financing program that was recently implemented by Oklahoma County. New markets tax credits, similar to projects that we've used those in the past, like the Skirvin Hotel and the Homeland Grocery Store. There is an investor capital of a little bit over $32 million, TIF of $13,750,000 that is provided through the Innovation District TIF, and then the $10 million in MAPS funding. And this is the breakdown of how the $10 million in MAPS funds and the $10 million from the developer would be expended and on what. So the developer will contribute the land and infrastructure costs, which is, you know, water, sewer, drainage, all of those kinds of things. FF&E for the building, the parking, so there'll be 90 spaces dedicated to Innovation Hall in the parking garage, and then the various soft costs that are related to architectural and engineering services, and we do have a contingency in the budget. Project timeline, I'm going to go ahead and click through all of these because the ultimate goal is to have a groundbreaking for this project in April. Today, we hope that you'll consider the Master Development Agreement. We do have some steps that still need to be taken with Stiles Park, and those will be coming forward in the next month or so. And then we will take the Innovation Hall design components to the subcommittee and the MAPS 4 Advisory Board. The closing, the financial closing, will take place in March, and we hope to break ground in April. And the grand opening would be 24 months later in March of 2024. One of the questions that's come up, this project will go under construction all at once. So the hotel, the office, the lab space, all the public realm improvements will all happen at the same time. And I think that is it. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions?
David, looks like you're...
Yes, thank you. So, Kathy or Mark, the Innovation Hall, it's going to have an auditorium-type feature in it to where meetings can be held, or no?
I don't think it'll have an auditorium. It really isn't big enough for an auditorium, but it will
Okay.
have, we haven't finalized any of the floor plans yet. We've been waiting to get through these steps still, but I would anticipate that it would have meeting room space, dividable space so that it could accommodate different sizes of groups of people, maybe even some office space for co-working or accelerator kind of programs.
All right. Well, good luck, Mark. This is a big undertaking, but I would say it'll be an important component of Oklahoma City for easily the next 50, if not the next 100 years. So it's really a big deal. Thank you.
I'll say this, and thank you for the presentation, and Mr. Befford and I have been talking frequently about this project, and I have no problem with the project. Clearly, I think we all see and understand the impacts for our city pertaining to a project such as this, especially being able to go out and see other places where they have this type of innovation hall or area of innovation that have turned around different parts of cities. The only concern that I've had, and he and I have spoken about it, so this is not something he has not heard before, is the process. I just feel as if because we just voted for subcommittees for MAPS 4, and it still has to be vetted through MAPS 4, that we're moving a little early in a lot of ways. But again, that's just my comment, but I don't have an issue with the project. I think we're all pretty excited about what's to come, but I just hope that as we look at these types of projects, that we look at the process and the public impact and perception of the process. So that's really all I have to say. But thank you for the presentation.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody involved in this.
Yep.
I mean, I've been through these discussions several times, but thank you again. Big, exciting project. I would add also that $10 million match was sort of a compromise really pushed by this council in the MAPS 4 development process, and our hope was to get $10 million, obviously, out of it, and we're getting a $180 million project, so I think that's money well spent. BF, Councilman Cooper, bring us home. You wanted to talk about this.
Happy to do it, but I won't speak about it. I will let the experts, I'm a semi-expert on this one, but Mr. Todd and then I believe Mr. Fairbrush with Embark just wanted to provide an update on where we are with these bus stop improvements. And for some context, to give some people some hope out there, you know, when I was in my election, there were 5 of us, and one of my closest opponents, this was a major thing for him, was the revitalization of the existing poles in the ground and the benches when it comes to where people wait to ride the bus. And Embark had already made tremendous efforts moving us forward. And Mike Dover, who has served on the MAPS 3 Citizens Advisory Board, this was a major part of his campaign. And so I'm guessing he's at home watching. And so this is kind of for Mike. And for anybody else who reached out to me during the campaign, where this was a major issue for me too, as someone who loves public transportation and its improvements and understands their necessity, I wanted to give you the good news that, you know, after I won, I reappointed Mike to the MAPS board, and he's still doing that work, and we still talk regularly, and that's actually, that's how we row together in our city sometimes. So, Mike, this is for you. Let's hear some updates.
So the message is that we have begun with the bus stop improvements. This is just to receive the Consultant Review Committee report for our standard process for finding an engineer. So this is phase 1. We've split all of the bus stops into 2 phases. And this is to hire or give us authorization to do a contract so that we can start that process working with embark, and Jason and his people with the stops they've already identified and prioritizing those and putting the plans together. So this is the first step, and really anxious to get this started.
Where are we in terms of the number of shelters ultimately that we have currently? Yeah, that might be a good Jason question. Like, where are we currently with the shelters that we have, and how is MAPS 4 gonna get us to where we need to be so people are waiting with dignity to catch the bus?
So good morning, Mayor and Council. Jason Fairbrush, Director of Public Transportation and Parking. So current status of bus shelters is, well, first of all, I want to take a minute to thank Council, thank the MAPS Advisory Board and the MAPS office for putting these bus shelter improvements towards the front of the implementation plan. So thanks for letting me acknowledge that. So status of bus shelters, as you know, we've been working diligently as a transit system to increase the number of shelters. We all understand the significance of a location to wait for the bus, protected from the elements, dignified place to catch your transit trip. So we've been working diligently. We currently have about 297 shelters in the system of 1,400 stops. So that should put us, around, I believe, 20% or so of stops with covered shelters. And then so with this next phase of 250, that's going to put us at, 550 shelters. And then ultimately, approximately 800 shelters in the system, which would mean our transit system would, over half of the stops that you see out on the streets now with benches or poles, half of those stops will have covered shelters. So currently, what we're looking forward to working with the MAPS office on is, again, really taking even I guess I would say a more bold step in the way we approach shelters, not just because of the sheer quantity that the MAPS office is going to put out there for us, but the approach, working with a professional consultant to really help us sequence, prioritize, and ideally we'll come up with some specifications, if you will, that we can use moving forward to help install shelters even more efficiently in the future.
I think that's wonderful. And hearing you, I have a request. I don't know if it's possible, but you all have heard me say this about sidewalks with MAPS 4. Very similar to the WPA in the 30s, being able to identify the sidewalks that come with MAPS. Is that something that we're thinking about with these bus shelters as well, to let the public know this is where their investment went? It was a MAPS bus shelter?
Right, so we got such a good response to the big emblems that we put on the trails.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was so excited about that we're working on a method of identifying all of the projects, not just those, but either some simple signage, but certainly trails and sidewalks, maybe emblems that are embedded in the concrete, and those kind of things, so that they can be identified as MAPS 4.
Thank you, and thank you for your work, Mr. Todd, and thank you for coming up and speaking, Mr. Fairbrush.
Okay. Well, believe it or not, we have reached the end of the consent docket. We can now move all the items except for one that was previously deferred. I think that was right. So would the council wish to make that motion? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, brings us to the concurrence docket. Item 10, we have items A through H we can take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, we are now at item 11, items requiring separate votes. Of course, there's quite a few zoning cases. Joy Reardon was here for so long. Joy was going to kind of deliver the standard speech that she wants to do before the zoning docket. So I guess if she comes back, we'll hear from her. But I will first now call up item 11A, Ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 11525 North Blackwelder, going from R1 to R2. Councilman Cooper, and as you begin presentation, I'm going to step away and pass everything over to Vice Mayor Stonecipher, but the floor is
Thank you,
yours.
Mayor. And look forward to working with you, Vice Mayor. Did anyone sign up to speak for this item and/or as an applicant present?
No, and by the way, just for future reference,
Okay.
no one has signed up to speak on a single zoning case until item V, as in Victor, other than Joy was going to kind of make a general statement at the beginning.
Okay. Well, the recommendation was that we adopt this, and that includes from my Ward 2 Planning Commissioner, so I would, and there were no protesters present, and it's for a duplex, and I would move for its approval.
Are we having trouble, Amy? Okay.
Can you do it again?
So for some reason, our votes aren't displaying, so if we can go ahead and get some voice motions. I show Cooper and Young. And then we'll do roll call. Okay, Councilmember Cooper?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Young?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone? Councilmember Greenwell?
Yes.
Councilmember Hammond? Councilmember Nice? Councilmember Stonecipher?
Yes.
Okay. Oh. And now it's there. You're there.
I'm just trying to get logged out.
You can just
Log me out?
X.
Are you sure if I exit out, I'll be logged out?
X in the corner.
Okay, so Mark, you're in charge. So.
All right. I'm proclaiming this Oklahoma City Zoning Day, since we have so many zoning cases. We find ourselves at page 9, 11B, which is an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 5124 South Sarah Road from AA Agricultural District to R1 Single Family. Ward 3, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So this went through Planning Commission with approvals, and so I'll make a motion to approve, having no one here to speak on behalf of either party. Thanks.
Eleven B passes unanimously. We'll now move to item 11C, which is a resolution receiving and removing the employment land use typology area layer from the urban low-intensity base LUTA designation on a 112-acre tract located at the southwest corner of Southwest 15th Street and South County Line Road. Ward 3, please.
Thank you. So as you know, the Planning Commission has responsibility for the comprehensive plan, and this is removing that amendment. So we are just receiving it, so I'll make a motion to approve. It
I don't show it. Final hearing to rezone 2145 South County Line Road from AA Agricultural District to R1 Single Family. Ward 3 again, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Again, went through planning. Recommendations, the ordinance be adopted. Having no protests, we'll move for approval.
Item 11D is approved. We'll now move to 11E, which is an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 1111 North Bryant Avenue from R1 Single Family to C3 Community Commercial District. Ward 7, please.
Yes, is the applicant present? Okay. Hearing and seeing? No. I'm actually going to ask that we defer this for 2 weeks. We tried to get in contact with the applicant, and I haven't been able to successfully reach them. And I'm just curious as to what's going on with this piece of property. So we'll ask that we defer this for 2 weeks.
Okay. It is approved. We now find ourselves at item 11F, which is an ordinance on final hearing again to rezone 3244 Northwest 150th Street from PUD 702 to PUD 1828. This is in my ward and Ward 8. It was approved by Planning Commission, and there are no protests that I'm aware of. And so if no one is asked to sign up and speak, which I don't show anyone until AV is what the mayor said. Yep. Okay. I would move for approval at this time. Thank you. It is approved. We now move to item 11G, which is also an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 17412 North May Avenue from PUD 1245 to PUD 1843. Again, Planning Commission approved this. I'm not aware of anybody that protested. No one has signed up to speak, so I'll move for its approval at this time, please. It is approved. We'll now move to item 11H, which is also an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 12500 South Pennsylvania Avenue from O2 General Office District to PUD 1847. Ward 5, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. No protesters were present at the Planning Commission. It was approved unanimously. I do have one question pertaining to this application. In terms of all the permitted uses within the PUD, there's one identified as custom manufacturing. David, can you discuss the difference between custom manufacturing and just regular manufacturing?
Sure. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So custom manufacturing is something that is limited. I believe the machinery used is limited in its horsepower. So one of the examples given under the code is like a candle making operation. So it's meant to allow small type operations, not large scale industrial type operations. It is a use contemplated under commercial zoning, not industrial zoning.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that, I move for approval.
Thank you.
It is approved. We now will move to item 11I, which is also an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 4831 South County Line Road from AA Agricultural to PUD 1848. Ward 3, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This was approved at planning with no protests. There are no protesters today, so I'll move for approval.
It is approved. Hey, Joy, you were out of the room when we started, and I'm having a little trouble telling what you would like to speak at, so whenever you want to chime in.
My normal points.
Huh?
Way too much new development, home development. I apologize, but I had to go outside for something.
Good. And I think you just wanted to make some general points that pertain to the entire agenda found at 11.
Joey Reardon, 125 Northwest 9th. I come back in front of you with all this development stuff. It's the same points I keep making. And I had a conversation with a couple other people. We keep developing all these home sites, and we keep forgetting that if we want to bring businesses and industry and stuff like that, it's going to come down to the fact that they're going to put it where you can't unless you move way outside the city limits and stuff like that. I understand we need affordable houses, but my biggest thing is if they want to keep developing these half-acre, 2-acre plots for homes, why not come back in within the city? And I know a lot of people want to go outside the city. Okay, I understand that. But it goes back to there's a lot of neighborhoods, good neighborhoods, that are getting forgotten. That a lot of people may not know that they can come and speak on behalf of a lot of these developments because they, especially with the coronavirus, they've got to work. It's really concerning me as a citizen of Oklahoma City and everything else. I've seen way too much development. We keep going out. When do we say enough is enough? When? We keep opening up all this agriculture to home developments. Okay, that's fine. That gives people more homes to buy. They can't afford it. What about the jobs? Y'all keep saying you want to bring jobs to Oklahoma City. By this here, stating that y'all want to change these to agriculture and to residential and stuff like that, and all these, I'm not really sure about all these PUDs and stuff, which I'm educating myself each week or each meeting. When do we say enough? Where's the jobs? Yes, it's great that we got service industry, but it does nothing for our manufacturing jobs, our trades jobs. Thank you.
Hey, Joy, thank you for your comments. And if you want to speak on any other item, just wave and let me know.
No, that pretty much covers the whole. That gives me a chance for the people who watch online and on Cox and stuff like that. I'm giving them a voice. Because the developers, they're going to keep going until there's no land left for housing. Okay, that doesn't give you a job. That's a short-term job. Maybe 6 months, maybe a year to build a lot of these developments. But it doesn't give.
We sure appreciate you being here today, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now at item 11J, which is also an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 4701 South Anderson Road from AA Agricultural District to PUD 1853, Ward 4, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is an item that was passed unanimously by the Planning Commission with no protests. And basically, this is allowing a small business that we have actually to be able to expand in its place, Gander RV. So with that, I would move for its approval.
Got a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. It passes. Thank you. We are at 11K, which was previously removed from the agenda, so I'll move to item 11L, which is an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 12800 Northwest 10th Street from AA Agricultural District to PUD 1857, Ward 3, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The recommendation from the Planning Commission was that the ordinance be adopted. There are no protests today. There were not any at planning, so I'll move for approval.
It is approved. We'll now move to item 11M, which has two components to it. And I think, first, Craig, we have to deal with the amendment to the master design statement. Is that correct?
Yes, we should have someone from planning here to speak on this item.
Okay.
Yeah, the first will remove a tract of land from the design statement of the PUD that was removed at Planning Commission, so it can come out now.
You're out? Okay. Ward 3?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Again, the Planning Commission reviewed and approved, and there were no protests there, and there are none today. So I'm assuming we have to vote on these separately, or can we vote on them together?
Separately.
Separately? All
Yes,
right.
please.
So I'll make a motion to approve.
Yeah, let's do
Item one.
11M1 approval first. Got a motion and a second? It passes. Now we need to go to item 11M2.
So moved.
All right, do we have a second? We have a motion and a second? It passes. We're now to find ourselves at 11N, which is an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 8500 West Wilshire Boulevard from R1 Single Family to PUD 1859. Ward 1.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do we have anybody signed up to speak? Amen. Okay, but due to some new complaints and some things we're going to work out with the developer, I move to defer for 2 weeks.
Okay, so you're proposing that we defer item 11N, correct?
Correct.
It passes. We now go to item 11-0, which is 11-0, which is ordinance on final hearing to rezone 808 North Douglas Avenue from R3 medium density residential to SPUD 1350. Ward 6, please.
Yes, there was no protest, and this was approved by Planning Commission, and I will motion for approval.
We have a motion and a second. It passes. We now find ourselves at item 11P, which was removed from the agenda earlier, correct, Craig?
Yes.
So we will go to item Q, which is an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 1505 Northwest 19th Street from R1 Single Family to SPUD 1352. Again, back to Ward 6, please.
Yes, similarly, this was no protest, approved by Planning Commission, and I will motion for approval as well.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. It passes. Let's now go to item R, which is an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 2446 Northwest 48th Street from R1 Single Family to SPUD 1353.
I do see, excuse me, Mark here, if you'd like to speak to what this project will be.
Good morning, Mark Zitzow with Johnson & Associates, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. This is an application to take a vacant lot from single-family zoning to a modified SPUD to allow 2 single-family homes to be built. During the design, we worked out ensuring that the front yard setbacks were maintained to keep that consistent street frontage along 48th Street, and then the southern home will maintain the typical side yard setback, but is faced toward Villa and the school.
Thank you, Mark. And I would say with no protest, and since the Planning Commission said yay, I'll say yay as well. I'll even press a button.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Item R passes. We now go to item S, which is an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 1301 Northeast 10th Street from R2 medium low density residential to SPUD 1355. Ward 7, please.
Yes, this application is to allow 3 residence homes or single-family homes, if you will, on an urban renewal lot. So clearly we are going to be able to split this lot in order for the 3 homes to be built. So with that, I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. Item S passes. We will now go to item 11T, which is an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 2008 Northwest 27th Street from R1 Single Family to SPUD 1356. Ward 2, please.
Yes, I believe the applicant is present if they would like to speak on this particular item and inform the good people of Ward 2 what's coming their way here, proposed at least.
Good morning, Jordan Evans, 1317 Northwest 11th Street. So this
Say
plan.
that again, I had trouble hearing that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jordan Evans.
Okay, thank you.
I can take this off the front.
That's okay.
So the plan is to rezone this lot, which is currently R1, to allow for 2 duplexes. So a total of 4 units. The plan is just to add to the diversity of housing options around Oklahoma City University. It's also very close to the commercial area, Penn and 23rd. There were no petitions or TEs, and it passed Planning Commission.
Jordan, I feel more conversations need to come between us, because what you're doing right there is precisely, as I'm sure you're very well aware, speaking to the needs of the ward, this sort of infill development. So I'd like to learn more about what that process has been like for you. But for the sake of time, that'll be over coffee, and then I'll bring the good news back to council. You like that, Councilman Stone?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. It passes. We now find ourselves at 11U, which is also an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 839 Northwest 47th Street from R1 Single Family to SPUD 1358. Again, we're at Ward 2.
Is the applicant present by any, would you mind? Yeah. Thank you so much. Well, it's a pleasure. I'm James.
Thank you. I appreciate your time today. Yeah, so what we're doing here is basically, there is a standing structure currently. We initially had purchased this to redesign that house. It has significant structural and plumbing work to be done to it that is making it to where that does not make any financial sense to do. I actually own 2 other properties in this neighborhood, so I'm very well vested in it and would like to see, I would say, somewhat of a niche gap filled in the neighborhood. Right now, new construction in that neighborhood is nearing $1 million, and it'd be nice to provide some opportunity for people to have new housing in this neighborhood that's more affordable. So what we're looking to do here basically is to take what is considered currently 3 city lots, which are 10,500 square foot total, subdivide them into 2 50-50 lots, and put 2 structures on those lots.
Okay. So my concern is always going to be losing existing structures. So I just wanted to let you know that. As someone who loves the history of our city, it really means a lot to me. But you said some things that also mean a lot to me in terms of that attainability aspect, and I'm glad to hear that's where you are. My hope would be that with these other properties that you mentioned that you all have in the area, that you'll continue to think about that and thank you, and really think about, my encouragement would be to think about our teachers, our service industry folk. They've lived in this ward for a long time, and I'm really worried about them being priced out by precisely the sort of housing you mentioned.
Absolutely. And I will say, like, currently this street has quite a few rental properties on it. That's also, I'm a real estate agent as well, so got kind of a vested interest in sort of where the market goes in our city. Right now, there's more and more people buying investment properties that are also going to hold on to them long term and not allow people to buy back into these neighborhoods too. So I just want to see this neighborhood continue to develop in a positive direction and also provide affordable options for people to move into it.
That's great. Do you have any designs yet on what this will look like?
We do. We actually have a couple of floor plans. I don't have them on me, but I could certainly email them over to you.
Okay. That's my only other, it might be a little too late in this particular process, but that'd be my only other thing I would add is, as a history student, I'm not asking for things to match precisely, but this whole era of the modern farmhouse that I
was just about to
seeing-
say, so I actually met with my architect last week, and in talking with him, he was like, I don't know that this is exactly what's going to fit he's got a background in landscape design as well, and so he was basically like, this isn't maybe exactly what we should do for an exterior elevation, so we are actually reworking that. And if that's something you want to maybe have conversations with me about, I'm happy to have those conversations.
That's great. I'll let the ward or council staff know. I don't want you to think that's just my own aesthetic judgment.
Totally
I
understand.
hear it from the neighbors all the time who care so much about the history of their neighborhoods. And again, you don't have to replicate it, but what does complementing it look like?
Completely understand. I will agree that that's something that I probably hadn't initially considered until recently when it was brought to my attention. I was like, definitely don't want these to look out of place for this neighborhood either.
I love it. And my hope for you is that 100 years from now, when we're both gone, not to be morbid, but people want to preserve what you do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Please cast your vote. It passes.
Thank you for your time.
All right, we now find ourselves at 11V, which is an ordinance on final hearing for a special permit to operate a heavy public protection and utility use transfer station. I'll turn it over to Ward 3, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. City Clerk, how many folks do we have signed up for this item, or Mark?
We have one. Is that a V? Two. We have two.
Okay, thank you. Before we get into the speakers for this item, I've just got a few comments I'd like to make about it, and Councilman Greenwell may have a few as well, and not to put words in your mouth, I'll let you do your thing. I'd like to take a moment to talk about the responsibility that we have as representatives to our city residents and local business owners. I think it's extremely important that we make every effort to become as informed as possible about the matters that come before us, so much so that I went out and visited a similar transfer station myself personally yesterday in Norman that is the model that this one will follow, because I was very concerned about the information that I was seeing out there. And if I had received that information and were a homeowner, on an adjacent property, which is not the case here, I would be very concerned also. So some of the things that really compel me to kind of be incensed with a lot of the emails and phone calls that we've received is the level of misinformation regarding this project that is out there that is causing our city residents concern about something that is not ultimately going to have the kind of impacts on them that are being purported. Nevertheless, we've had legislators contact us who have a partial story. We've been contacted by a number of different residents and homeowners associations expressing concern, and we continue, and city staff continues to try and inform them of the facts of the matter. And so ultimately, what I intend to do with this item today, and we'll let everybody speak that showed up to do so, is to defer it until February 15th so that we can continue to disseminate the appropriate information, and we can return all of the calls and emails that have come into us on this matter, sharing the information of both the applicant and the opposition, to make sure that everybody has the appropriate information. And for anybody who would like to take a tour of the Norman Transfer Facility, I would strongly encourage you to do so before making a decision on how you vote on this item. I thought I knew what it looked like before I went down there. It was so much better than I had even dreamed of. The zoning in this particular area is appropriate for this type of operation. It is not adjacent to a home for for a great distance. So I think now we can move on and call up our speakers and then continue on unless Councilman Greenwell has anything at this point.
No, thank you.
All right, let's call up our first speaker, which is Randy C. Elliott. And Randy, would you state your name for the record and your home address?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council and staff. Randy Elliott. I reside at 12305 Swan Haven Drive. I've been a resident here in South Oklahoma City since 1984, business owner, developer, etc. I have recently acquired the property that is directly to the west of this. We share about a 500 lineal foot property line. I purchased my property under a assumption that we had a PUD 650, which was, I think, put back in place in 99 to 2000 to entice the Tower Tech group to come in. That particular PUD lists out a number of activities that I think would be definitely adversely affected by this. I am not opposed to any trash transfer station. I understand the importance and need of those. I just am opposed to the location of this. If you review the location where this is proposing to be, it's on the west side of 44 Highway, just to the north of 119th Street. Over the past years, and especially since the Amazon development has taken place, the traffic count has increased substantially there. If you'll observe that location from about 4:30 until 5:30 at night, you'll see that even the on-queuing line, or the off-ramp is not enough queue line to actually get people headed off of 44 headed south. I've seen it backed up as far as 104th Street with that. The conditions of those roads there presently, by housing the existing FER operations, is pretty dilapidated. A lot of maintenance really required right there. As far as the appeal for the Parks Commission, I'd like to just read to you. The City of Oklahoma City Park is my neighbor to the south. Currently, 89% of the runoff from the FER flows through the property via a tributary and then ends up in the South Lakes Park. The FER claims that the Park Commission abused their discretion by denying the application. I strongly disagree. I believe the Parks Commissions are acting in the best interest of the citizens of Oklahoma City by refusing to provide a statement that the proposed facility is not expected to adversely affect the existing recreation and natural preservation area. The Park Commission are reasonable and responsible stewards. They are not simply convinced. They have not abused their discretion. I believe the Park Commission reviews the evidence and arrived on a logical and reasonable decision. The FER needs this exceptions to operate their facility within a half mile of a public park. The exception is not the best interest of Oklahoma City, the park patrons, or the hundreds of athletes of the South Lake Soccer Club. Excuse me. It is too close to a future $29 million MAPS project, which is with the soccer facilities at South Lake Park. The DEQ is here to protect the citizens of Oklahoma City and Oklahoma. DEQ has established that there is a half-mile park guidelines to protect citizens of Oklahoma City. DEQ is our trusted environmental expert. The DEQ partners prefers a half-mile distance between the public park. Let's honor our DEQ's expertise today by denying this approval.
And I take it, Barbara, that you'll not only be moving to defer item 11V, but also 11W, because Mr. Elliott signed up to speak as to 11W. And is there anything else you'd like to say as to 11W, which is the appeal? And you did mention the appeal.
As far as the W, it would be the parks, the application for this council to override the parks decision, and that was just my red statement there, sir.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Council.
We really appreciate you being here today, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
All right, next we have Brian Wilson. Brian, would you please state your name and home address when you get to the mic?
Brian Wilson, 2323 Southwest 122nd Place. I'm a resident of Ward 5. Just wanted to echo some of the sentiments we've already heard from the previous gentleman. I've been a lifelong resident of Ward 5, and I also have the same traffic concerns that the service road there is just a 2-lane road, as well as the Southwest 119th Street Bridge is just a 2-lane bridge. So on both intersections on either side of I-44, they're just stop signs. And I believe this transfer station operating 7 days a week could definitely impact the traffic there. The other large concern I have is this is placed right in the middle of 3 large investments by the city. The Portland Avenue being north of 104th Street, next to Amazon. Early Wine Golf and Country Club is being renovated right now. So that's a large investment by the city. And then, of course, the South Lake Park and soccer fields. So those are my concerns, and I would also encourage you to deny the permit for the transfer station.
Thank you for speaking to us today.
All right,
There's
thanks.
also, to speak to 11W, Jason McClurg. Would you like to hear from him at this time?
We could go ahead and do that. That'd be
Yes.
all right with me.
That's good.
Oh, okay.
He's not here?
Thank you.
All right, so we find ourselves at item 11V, which I think you're wanting to make a motion.
Just a moment. Mr. Box or Mr. Groves, would you like to speak today, or would you like to wait?
I'll be very brief. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. I share Councilwoman Young's encouragement to go see the Norman facility or read about it online. All of the images, all of the material that is being sent to you by neighbors and citizens is just absolutely 100% not what these facilities are. I'm very happy that Councilwoman Young had the opportunity to come. We were able to sit there for perhaps 30 minutes and see all cycles of this facility, both the trash coming in 2 different types of consumers. One, just your citizen with a truck bed full of stuff, and then two, your commercial operator after a front-end loader. And we saw the material pushed against the wall, put into a truck, and leave the facility. So I really encourage you to do that. And as you're thinking through this, I want to highlight, we've talked a lot about the comprehensive plan here recently. This area is designated under the comprehensive plan as heavy industrial. We have very few places in Oklahoma City that are heavy industrial. When we have areas that are heavy industrial, it's important that we encourage businesses that fit that mold to operate there, because there's very few places in the city that businesses like this can find a comp plan designation that fits. And here we have it, because you have manufacturing surrounding us. And so I just encourage you to really look through the materials and just drive out there to the Norman facility, to the Edmond facility, and take a look for yourself before making a vote, because a lot of the materials you're seeing are just simply not accurate representation of what it is that's proposed.
Well, and I think one of the things that I learned through the experience, because one of my concerns was obviously what kind of odors were going to be emitted by such a facility, right? That is one of the things that we have heard quite a bit about as it relates specifically to the park and the residential areas that are, a mile or so away. We were literally standing inside the building for 30 to 45 minutes while all of this processing and stuff is going on. And there was a smell, but it was not anything like what I thought it might have been. So I was pleasantly surprised, if you will, at that outcome. The other thing that I saw that I think council needs to be aware of is, at least during the time that we were there, and I can't tell you for sure if it's like that all day long, but the majority of the folks that were coming into that facility were coming in pickup trucks, hauling their trailer, bringing in mattresses instead of dumping it, on the side of the road out by my house. And, just garage clean out stuff and that sort of thing that makes it so much easier for them to get in and out of than for example, our landfill at a much more affordable price point for them as well. So it was just a really interesting dynamic that I was honestly surprised by, because when I scheduled the tour with Mr. Box, I really thought I was going to go out there and then come back with a different opinion of the situation and really possibly oppose it myself. But going out there really just solidified what I thought I knew, that you can't see on a website, that you can't find in these pictures. We also had the opportunity to see, when the vehicles come in, they're tarped, all the trash is covered, and there's a staging area where they untarp, which has some additional fencing to, just in case something were to blow out between the time that they untarp and the time that they pull into the building, which you're talking about a car length distance, right? We're not talking about a quarter mile away or anything. It was just really interesting, and the whole process was very interesting, and all of the citizens that showed up, while we were there, I thought that was really a service that we need to be providing. So,
Barbara, Joy asked to speak if he might. Is that okay with you?
Sure, of course.
I'm in agreement. This is what I'm talking about. Not in my backyard. That's what the stuff that I'm saying. This facility here will make it better. And the smell that you're having is called VOCs. I'm working on a green waste composting facility.
Well, you would love these facilities because they do all kinds of very cool recycling and stuff too.
Will be part of that. But yeah, I would agree. We do actually need more of these.
Thank you, Joy.
And from what Mr. Box and everything else, you won't, outside the building, you won't have the smell. I used to drive a garbage truck, and they try to keep the smell to a very, very small amount. But yeah, we need at least 2 or 3 more of these if we can find the land without all these home developments that's going to end up making these type of facilities impossible.
Thank you, Joy.
Thank you.
With that, I would move for deferral of item V.
Okay, we'll do D first and then W.
Thank you.
Yeah, excuse me, if I can just make a couple of comments, and I do want to thank, well, let me second this, and then we can have discussion.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second.
Okay, so from my perspective, and Mark, you heard it, we're going to get $29 million for the soccer facility down there. So I just want to reemphasize that.
It's not quite the way I remember it, okay?
Well, we are going to see some improvements down there. But I do want to have a question, and I don't know who's the most appropriate to respond to this. But there is a creek in between Mr. Elliott's property and the FER property, and I suspect just because of the way the land is situated, there is runoff from FER down into that creek, and then that creek feeds into South Lake. My question is, and maybe Melinda could answer this, has there ever been any contaminants included in that runoff, or is it just rainfall that's why there's that creek, to capture the runoff and feed it further down to fill those ponds within South Lakes?
So one of the things that my client currently does is recycle water on site.
Yeah.
And so we do have to get permitted through, obviously, Public Works in terms of how our drainage will operate from rainfall. The facility that we're talking about will have a serious system of drainage channels within the building itself to capture any water whatsoever or any liquid whatsoever from that facility. The water captured there will not be put into the creek system. It will be put back up into FER's current operations, recycled, and then processed in the normal manner that they are currently processing it. So liquids from the facility itself will never hit the creek.
Okay, but my question is, has any contaminants ever been discovered in the runoff that can be attributable to FER?
To my knowledge, we have not actually conducted any kind of water quality studies on the ponds within South Lakes Park. However, knowing just the general street runoff, from any kind of rainfall event from streets, that kind of thing, it would always come through those channels.
Yeah,
that
you're
act
going to
as
get
that.
grease and oil and...
Right, exactly, just
Okay.
from normal streets
But,
use.
okay, just a couple other questions then. Without a doubt, they are absolutely right in terms of the access to FER. That road, and I'm going to direct my comments to our state leaders who have failed to keep up with the growth in Southwest Oklahoma City. 119th should have been, especially the bridge, have been widened 10 years ago easily. Traffic does back up from 119th onto the interstate at times, especially when soccer games are in full force. And traffic does back up halfway back to Meridian at times when those soccer games are over. There's just, and that just shows you, Mark, and we're in agreement with this, soccer's a big deal.
It's a real big deal.
And yet our state leaders have failed this part of Oklahoma City in terms of keeping up with the population growth of South Oklahoma City. That's a concern of mine. Now, that's not FER's concern, but it's a concern that I'm directing towards our state leaders. Now, it's my understanding they do have plans to widen 119th, but it's a couple of years off, and who knows if that ever comes true. The state just doesn't always keep their commitments. So, but again, that's not directed to anybody in here. It's directed to the state and our elected state officials. The facility, as Barbara mentioned, is totally enclosed. It's on a concrete floor. We're not looking at seepage, but any liquids that do occur will go through the current recycle facility. That's what this company does. They recycle water, and they recycle, I think, other grease and oil and stuff like that. So that's what they do. I think some of the efforts to prevent this from happening is not so much this proposal, this trash transfer, but the existing activities that have been going on at this location for many years. And again, as everybody stated, this is an industrial area. It's not commercial or residential, it's industrial. It's totally enclosed, doubled fenced. There'll be a fence around the facility to catch any trash that may blow out. There's a fence around the entire facility. I suspect there's more trash coming off of Walmart's facilities across the street of I-44. If you drive down 104th, I'm sorry, not 119th, but 104th, on any day, you'll see that fence of Early Wine Golf Course lined with plastic bags, all coming from Walmart and other types of trash. It happens. We have wind, and people aren't very clean when they, or conscientious in terms of letting trash get out of their cars and other sources. So I understand these concerns, and I know Councilwoman Young and myself want to represent the citizens in our 2 wards. And we have heard from a lot of them, but every single one of them have been sharing misinformation. I mean, I could call it up. I'll just bore you by going through there point by point in terms of the misinformation that's been shared. But it's the worst I've seen in 10 years. And we've had other controversial zoning issues coming before this council, but I've never in those 10 years seen as much misinformation being generated out within the community. Final point, I'm very concerned with the way that Parks Commission held the meeting when this issue was heard. In fact, from what I understand, I think that may have been or close to an illegal meeting in terms of not being in person, not having Zoom or Teams access. It was, in a sense, a telephone conference call. We shouldn't allow that to happen in any type of our committees, whether or not they're subject to the same rules that we are. They're a part of the city operations. They should be held accountable to the same types of meetings that we have. And for them to have that meeting in the manner that they did is very disturbing, very, very disturbing. And I hope that doesn't go on with other committees. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Before we move on, I had 2 things. One, I saw Mr. Elliott, and he seemed like he wanted to say something, and I hope we can at least have him respond because I believe he had something he wanted to show in relation to his comments. And 2, to the comment of a meeting by phone, I've actually been a participant of our Trails Advisory meeting by phone, and it is a public meeting, and that is because people have the phone number that they can also call in to participate in those meetings. So I know there are examples of meetings, and I have been a participant of one of those meetings.
Randy Elliott again. Again, I do not want to come across as opposing trash transfer stations. I understand their needs and et cetera. I am strictly looking at the location of this one alone, as we discussed traffic earlier and et cetera. As far as the runoff that does come through, there is roughly about a 4.1 acre lake on my property. I have a tributary designed of about 67 acres. And it takes in about 130 plus acres. So I get a rise in elevation on a 4 acre lake of coming up about 2 feet off of a 1 inch elevation. I understand the design of these. I've talked with various engineers and understand how clean they are and how self-contained they are. A lot of the existing operations from a smell standpoint are absolutely very difficult. There was a gentleman by the name of Ted Whitnall, which could not be here today. He owns about 5 business locations directly to the north of this existing facility. And I believe y'all maybe have received some letters regarding his tenants actually moving out due to the aroma and the smell. And I would really encourage all of these council members and mayor, if you could, to visit this site as it operates right now before you ever get into the trash transfer station and see if you feel like there's any stench, any smell, et cetera. Again, you have a resident, a citizen that has lost numerous tenants since this has since this FER has moved to this location. I believe that was in 17 or 18, something like that. But I would encourage the council members to, at the same time, when you go to the trash transfer stations, I agree. I hope that they're very, very clean. From everything I understand, they are very clean. But the existing facility itself, if this is the type of neighbor that we have here now, how much are they going to control the non-commercial uncovered vehicles and that type of thing? So it's the blowing trash. The biggest thing is, again, the location. I think that the traffic alone, and then just within the general location of Early Wine Park, Early Wine Golf Course, South Lakes, you have a buffer zone that is roughly a 2-mile square between Portland and going all the way to MacArthur. From 104th Street back, that whole area just seems to be more of a corridor that needs some open space, especially once you've put the Amazon developments back within there now. Again, I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and second for item 11V, and it's to defer till, am I right, February 15th?
That is correct.
All right. Please cast your votes. It passes. We will now go to item 11W, which is the appeal, which I think you also want to make a motion to defer.
That is correct. We'll make a motion to defer that.
And that will also be to February 15th?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cast your votes. It passes. We now find ourselves at 11X, and I understand that this was deferred to February 15th, but we have someone here, Mr. Charles Evans, that would like to speak on this matter. So, Mr. Evans, if you're still here, please feel free to come forward. And this is in Ward 5. No, Mr. Evans? All right, we'll move on to 11Y, and it's my understanding there's a presentation with this, is that right?
Yes. Yeah, Jeff Butler, our planning director, will just give us a quick overview on these changes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jeff Butler, Planning Director. This is, we have 4 comprehensive plan amendments to be received today. These were approved by the Planning Commission back in October. And normally, as you know, we try and bring these to you as before or when the case is considered, the associated zoning case is considered by the council. But in this case, there was some difficulties in staff assignments, and we missed the noticing deadline. So these all were approved, their associated zoning case back in October on the same day. So they're being brought forward to you for consideration now. And for some reason this, yeah, there we go. Thank you. So the first one is at northeast corner of West Hefner Road and North Cemetery Road. This was rezoned from AA to PUD 1815. And the second one, and that was changed to urban low. The second one, this is located all in the southwest area. This is going located on South Council Road and south of Southwest 119th Street. And this was also rezoned from AA to allow for residential development, kind of low-density residential development. The third one is a change that went from agricultural preserve to rural medium to allow for 2-acre lots. This is on the west side, in the southwest area of the city. Again, that rezone was approved from AA to a PUD allowing those large rural lots. And the final CPA that was approved on October 26th by the Planning Commission is a small change, again, in the southwest area of the city, where there was a small lot, about 5 acres in size, that they wanted to add to to a planned subdivision. So this went from rural medium to an urban low designation. So we'll go through the next couple slides. Just there's a summary of where they all are. Again, most of them are in their southwest area, with one exception. Yeah, go ahead and on to the next one. So I'll run through these quickly. Feel free to stop me if you have questions about a particular comprehensive plan amendment. But here are the existing conditions. The next few slides, these are the water conditions. So, yeah, go back to the water, please. So with the southwest quadrant, number 7, for example, that will just be septic. Others will have water service available, city water service. Next slide, please. Sewer service. Sewer service is available. Again, it's not available on site number 7, which is the southwest, the rural. Those would be 2-acre lots. Next slide, please. Emergency services, depending on the location, some of these are better than others, but for example, number 6 on the southwest 119th and Council, it actually has a good response time. It's only about a half a mile from the fire station. Site number 5 as well is within the urban area for response time. And then the others are either urban or, in the case of number 7, in the rural response time. And finally, the existing land use conditions, they're mostly, in every case, surrounded by either undeveloped land or rural land. And the next slide, please. So those are all the slides we have. Again, just a quick summary. Those were approved on October 28th or 26th, and we will, from here on out, we'll be trying to bring forward these cases either before or as they come to the City Council for an associated zoning action. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions about the amendments?
Thank you.
We'll need a motion for receiving the amendments. It passes. We're next on item 11Z at page 11 of the agenda. This is an ordinance on final hearing extending the corporate limits of the city of Oklahoma City, and it is actually in my ward, in Ward 8. This goes back to meetings that were held in April of 2017 for the Council Ad Hoc Annexation De-Annexation Committee to look at this issue. It was followed up by some litigation that we ended up several times on executive session discussing, but the committee voted 3-0 to approve this annexation, and I think we have Mr. Box here today. If people have questions, if there are no questions, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
I do have questions, not for Mr. Box, I don't think, more for our staff. This seems very similar to an annexation that we considered recently, except that it was considered by an annexation committee what seems to be almost 5 years ago, and it hasn't seemed to return to that after whatever changes have happened in the city in the last 5 years, which is a concern to me just on the face of it. But just looking through these reports every time we get these annexation requests, I just feel like I'm reading doublespeak. We get this information about what the fiscal impact is going to be, and then it says, it'll be fine, we'll get it. It just doesn't seem to actually, in my mind, take into the consideration the seriousness of the impact this has, not only on service maintenance for whatever new areas of a city that we might all of a sudden have, but for the existing infrastructure in our city. I think we have almost $500 million worth of infrastructure maintenance for the city as is that we will get nowhere near touching with our next bond proposal. We'll just start to sort of dip our toes into that. And that's not even to speak of a lot of the drainage infrastructure that also needs updating, I know in my ward and a lot of other wards. And so I just don't really understand how we're seeing these annexations as to be near neutral when, if they're near neutral, part of me is like, well, why then would we do them? Why not like let those rural areas continue to be rural and not zone R1? And I think one of the things that I'd like to ask about this concerned me with the last one, and I didn't quite get around to asking about it, but this one in particular, the report says the following concerns are associated, and including in fire service, it says, in order to provide preferred response times for fire and EMS, a new station would need to be constructed closer to the site. There are currently no plans to build a new fire station in this area. So my question is, at what point do we start to say, oh no, now we do need to build a new fire station? As far as I can tell, that's not included in any of the fiscal impact considered for the reporting. It's just telling us how much we might collect in sales and property tax, what the impact fees will be, and that we'll probably also have to start widening roads, which also will be additional bond funds in all likelihood. And so I don't see how this is a near neutral when it seems to be that we're not considering financial impacts that will have to be considered in 10, 20, whatever years. So I'm just kind of curious from staff's perspective how we actually measure that in a more realistic way in these reports.
Again, Jeff Butler, Planning Director. So yes, we did categorize that as near neutral, and as you said, we look at the sales tax produced. We don't know for sure whether there'll be commercial. There may or may not be commercial on the site at some point, say in the corner. But what we're looking at really is the expenditure by the households, and I think we discussed this a few weeks ago. They would be spending a fair amount of that income in the city, so they would be able to pay for their own services in that way. And it's an estimate, which is why we categorize it as near neutral. We don't know for certain what exactly those numbers are going to be, so we generally use a range. As far as property taxes go, again, that's an estimate as well, just based on what generally those homes might generate, given assumptions on size and the number. We have had a fair amount of road widenings up in that area already, and there would potentially be some road widenings up there, specifically the portion that is immediately west of the site. It's not known at this point. That may never need to be widened to a 4-lane cross-section, because this development in itself is not necessarily going to generate that kind of traffic. Depending on what happens well north in the future, might determine what needs to happen on that arterial. We will not have the section of the arterial that is north of the site, so that will not be our responsibility to maintain. So the only section that we might be at risk or need to spend some money on would be that section of May Avenue immediately to the west of the site. Really, one of the things that was considered and one of the findings in the staff report was, and again, it's an assumption, but an assumption that households are coming to the general area, and if they're not, one of the reasons one of the considerations we make when we look at these annexations is from a regional perspective. So of course we look at it from the city's perspective and what the fiscal impact is and other impacts, but also what is the regional impact, and from a sustainability perspective, it was felt that, which Plan OKC does look at, our comprehensive plan. If we look at traffic impacts, we look at the amount of, the emissions from travel. If those households are to go and to be spread out in kind of the rural areas or to a suburban development that's farther out, it's going to have more impact from that perspective. So that was also factored into the report. And granted, it's not a, there are so many unknowns, it's hard to know precisely what's going to happen, which makes these decisions difficult. But I'd be happy to answer any other.
How do we then measure, because in my mind, this is not, in sustainability doesn't really factor into this, because this appears to be 4 miles from the nearest bus stop. As far as I can tell, people can't get to work on foot or bike or by alternate modes of transportation, anything multimodal besides an automobile. And if you have a really densely packed R1 development where people are locked into, their freedom of movement is taken away and solely put into a car, I don't understand like the balance of if you have more rural development that's spread out, fewer people, maybe they're driving a little bit longer, but again, where is the measurement tool for that? Because like you said, it's a kind of an assumption, but do we actually have numbers to look at that measure that in a more precise way?
Yes and no. So when we did Plan OKC, our scenario evaluation tool did just that. So we looked at where development happens in all over the city. So each portion of the city, each quarter section was a piece of this model, and so we could compare the travel impacts and the emissions impacts, an increase in vehicle miles traveled, and the increase in emissions. In one area of the city, if development happens, say, further out versus closer in, or outside the city versus inside the city. So that was done as part of Plan OKC. We don't have the ability, and it would be probably a near impossible task to do that for every development, but we were able to draw conclusions based on that study that really kind of informed the land use scenario that we have. So that's based on that, we rely on that's what we use to base our decisions on when it comes to, is it better to have this development, granted it's an annexation, but is it better to have this development here versus farther out in the northwest where it is in the city, but it would be less efficient to develop there because of, well, not only a fiscal perspective from the city, water, sewer, police, fire, et cetera, but also, as I said, the vehicle miles traveled and the emissions and so forth. Yes, this is on the fringe of the city. And this is arguable, granted, but it appears to be a better place to develop than a lot of other areas that are within the city. So again, it's not a slam dunk, but we have to make a call one way or the other on these.
Okay, I guess my only other question, or maybe this is just a pondering, sort of an observation, that this appears to be within Deer Creek Public School District. Am I right about that? I don't actually know. Because I do seem to remember, and this is a while ago, the Deer Creek superintendent coming to us and being frustrated about development in the area. But for some reason, with both that annexation and this annexation, it hasn't seemed to be a concern about adding more people and maybe more families to their school district. We haven't really followed up on that.
I don't know that we've heard anything.
They have a new superintendent that I've met with, and he's aware of what's going on in the community. And Mr. Box, you may want to speak to that, but there has been talks about ways to deal with this as far as additional school buildings being built, and can you help me out there?
Sure. So we're exploring, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So we're exploring some additional ways in which school buildings can be built by private entities rather than the school district, because school districts are, kind of bound by their bonding capacity, and currently Deer Creek is out of capacity for further bond issues. Additionally, one of the biggest beneficiaries to a development like this is the school district. Almost all of the ad valorem tax base, the increase goes to the school district. So they would be a big beneficiary of this, in addition to the other avenues that Councilman Stonecipher.
But when it was multifamily, they were protesting? Is that-
I'm sorry.
When it was multifamily, they were protesting, but because these would be single-family homes, it's okay? I know you can't speak to that. I'm making it up. It's a rhetorical question for you. Okay, well, that's all I have. I just wanted to put that on the record because I think, one, it's just personally incredibly concerning that we consistently rely on private entities to do the work of public bodies. That's wild to me. To, again, in my opinion, soften the blow of not actually doing the job of regulating and working for the common good of our resources. And again, as the person who represents the innermost core of the city and the constant concerns I hear about our infrastructure, it just pains me that we would annex any more land into the city that we are going to have to maintain. And anytime I hear anyone who represents the city complain about the size of the city as the reason that we can't take care of all of its needs, I'm just going to keep pointing them back to these decisions that we keep making, because it's not near neutral. It's extending ourselves, and maybe it's going to have a little bit of a benefit, but it's going to keep draining the ability for us to actually invest in real density and an improvement of our neighborhoods. And so those are my questions. I appreciate you all entertaining them, and that's all I got for now.
Anything else, Mr. Boggs?
The only other thing I'd add is in this instance, we aren't extending utilities. They are already on site. It may be a small benefit, but if, it's a significant investment to have sewer and water already out there. And so there is a benefit in that you will have, additional users now paying for those services that the city's already expended tremendous funds to have out there.
Why did the city spend money on having them out there?
Well, I mean, anytime you just have that
annexed.
infrastructure, it's an expensive thing to have out there. It's been out there for quite some time.
That the city built in non-annexed land? Why would we do that?
So
The southern,
yeah, so it's developments that have happened previously have extended the lines. As they've extended the lines, there's a development, if you look at the map, it's just south of there, there's a development there, and I imagine that's where the line was extended to. So
But it's not extended into the undeveloped land.
No, they will connect to that. That's right, you're
But
right.
then we'll have to maintain it someday.
Yes.
So, gotcha.
I mean, the one thing I would say is that in looking at my ward and looking at the census, our latest census, we have more youth in Ward 8 than any other ward in the city. And there are families that don't want to live close to downtown. They like the more rural setting. They're not big on public transportation. They have their own cars. And I think we ought to accommodate those people too and make them happy and provide them with developments that are nice and well-built and where they want to choose to live. And I don't know, Kenny, since I'm sitting in the role as the chair of this, if I were just Ward 8, I'd make the motion to approve this, but I don't know if I can or cannot.
Technically, you shouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I also add, I have a Ward 2 resident who lives in Crown Heights who sent an email to this office asking when we will repave Crown Heights roads. I have the unfortunate task of telling him that I will do everything I can in the next 2 to 3 years to get Crown Heights up in the 2027 bond. But Crown Heights road conditions are in nowhere near as bad as Denniston Park, Lyons Park, areas around Nichols Hills Elementary. We have nearly $2 billion remaining in street improvements. And that's our existing streets. So when we add more and we build out, we're adding more responsibility to funding. And that man who lived in Crown Heights is not my age. He's in his senior years, and he asked me in that email, are we telling him that he will be 90 before that neighborhood, his neighborhood, sees those repavings? And the answer is yes. And that's not right. And that's why I'm voting against stuff like this, the amendments to the comp plan, not just this annexation, but amendments. We have $1 billion in drainage needs. And so when I hear people say to me, and it's happened on this horseshoe where they say, oh, you're going on again about this, that, and the other, and that's not doing anything to help our streets. I'm trying to help our streets. I'm trying to do that. And this sort of stuff doesn't help. It doesn't help. You mentioned also, I heard the youth living in Ward 8. They live in my ward too. And they live in wards all across this city. And you all saw the same affordable housing needs study that I did, where when it comes to 3 and 5 family households, we have over 20-something thousand, I believe it's 21,000 available houses for those folk. We do not have the housing for our 1 to 2 household. So the housing exists. It's a myth to say it doesn't. So I'm just saying we cannot keep doing this. This is not sustainable for meeting the needs that our people have expressed concerns about. So that's why I won't be voting for this.
Are you waiting on a motion, Mark?
The room.
I'll move.
Thank you.
AA, which is a public hearing regarding an ordinance relating to the authority of the animal welfare officer to enter private property without a warrant, when a warrant is required, and repealing certain sections. Is there a presentation on this, or
This
just
was
a public
presented at
hearing?
the last meeting, so it's just the public hearing.
We don't have anybody signed up?
No,
All right,
we
we'll-
don't.
We'll move on to the next item, which is 11AB. This is an ordinance to be introduced, set for public hearing February 1st, 2022, and final hearing February 15th, 2022. It's relating to taxation, specifically hotel taxation. Is there a presentation on this?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Our city treasurer, Matt Boggs, is going to make a quick presentation on this one.
All right, good afternoon. What we have before you today is, like I said, an update to the city's hotel tax ordinance. Currently, as it reads right now, any hotel that remits payment on time, which is by the 15th of the month, they receive a 3% operator's discount. What this amendment would do here is adjust the definition slightly to require that the hotels remit using the city's online hotel tax application in order to qualify for the 3% discount. The online hotel tax application went on board in fiscal year 2017. Since that point, we now have roughly 75% of our hotels utilizing the online application that represent 89% of the revenue. For reference as well, all of these hotels are required to pay sales tax. The Oklahoma Tax Commission does require sales tax to be paid on their online system as well, so this will be something that all of these hotels will be familiar with. And so really all that does is just changes the requirements to get the discount to remit those hotel taxes online. So I can take any questions you might have.
All right. We will.
Just real quickly, I'm sorry. I assume we floated this through the Hotel Association?
So we've visited with the Hotel Association and with the Convention and Visitors Bureau. And there were just really the same thought that the hotels would be they'd feel consistent with the Oklahoma Tax Commission, just made this pretty reasonable.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we find ourselves on page 12 of the agenda at item 11AC.
We need to vote to introduce.
Oh, do we need to vote?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's go back to 11AB at page 11, and I'll entertain a motion. Sorry. Thanks for your help, Amy. It passes. Now we'll go to item 11AC, which is a ordinance again to be introduced, set for public hearing February 1st and final hearing February 15th, 2022. This is relating to motor vehicles for hire, and we have a presentation.
Yes.
How are you today? It's good to see you again.
Debbie Millers.
Yes.
Good to see you, Vice Mayor and Council, Assistant Public Works Director. I'm here today to introduce this ordinance for Chapter 56. It transfers all the motor vehicle for hire and carriage licensing and administration to the Oklahoma City Police Department from the Oklahoma City Traffic and Transportation Commission. So I'll highlight the top 6, but there are numerous changes. The goal is to make this easier for the applicants to go straight to the police department to get the applications and the notices, instead of having to wait for the Traffic Commission every month. It transfers applications for hire for the motor vehicles to the police department. It deletes the taxi cab services to require the supervisor of licensing, which is in the Development Center for notification. It converts the process for addressing the taxi cab services violations to the police department. It transfers all of the carriage operation compliances to the police department. It repeals the public hearing for the motor vehicles for hire applications, and then it removes the administrative fees in Chapter 60.
Okay.
So, and this is for introduction. It was approved by the Traffic Commission on December 20th, and it'll be back in 2 weeks. Can answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion. It passes. We now find ourselves at item 11AD, which is a public hearing regarding dilapidated structures. I'm trying to see if we have anybody signed up. I don't believe we do.
I do have a question for item AD1C.
Okay.
I had some information pulled on this particular structure, and I do understand from the information that I received that there was a permit to dilapidate this building by the owner. So I just need confirmation of that.
Chad Davidson, Code Enforcement Superintendent. I don't have that information, but I know we've talked with the owner, and he does plan to demolish that structure.
Okay. So with that, I'm actually just going to ask that we defer it, because I know they're going through the process already to make the proper steps to take care of this building on their own.
Okay, so you want a motion to defer item AD1C?
Correct, for 2 weeks.
All right, so can we get a motion in a second, please? We have a motion in a second. Please cast your vote. Now that we have no one else signed up to speak, I'll move to AD2, which is a resolution declaring these structures as dilapidated. I'll entertain a motion in a second on that, please. It passes. We now move to page 13 of the agenda, item 11AE, which is a public hearing regarding unsecured structures. There is no one signed up to speak. Do you have any issues? Okay. There being no one to speak, we can now move to AE2, and I'll entertain a motion in a second for the resolution declaring the structures are unsecured. Cast your votes. It passes. We're now at item 11AF, which is a public hearing regarding abandoned buildings. There is no one signed up to speak.
I do have, because of the dilapidated item E, AF1E, is the same home listed, so I would like to defer that for 2 weeks.
Okay. We'll entertain a motion to defer item AF1E for 2 weeks. Please cast your votes. It passes. We're now at item 11AG, which is a joint resolution with the Oh, did I miss A2?
AF2.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you for your help. 11AF2, we need a resolution declaring the other buildings as being abandoned. You threw me off with the motion to defer. It passes. So now we're at item 11AG, which is a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust adopting the Film Incentive Program. That was deferred, and it's going to be deferred to February 1, 2022. Okay. We'll now go to item 11AH, and that is a resolution declaring Juneteenth as an observed public holiday in the city of Oklahoma City.
So Amy Madera, our Chief Human Resource Officer, is here to present this. This item basically provides the same holiday that we had discussed previously that are going to be in our bargaining unit. They're in ASME and IFF. FOP is still voting theirs, but it's in those agreements. This will add it to management and non-represented employees, and then also declare that city offices are closed on this day.
Yeah, thank you, Council. As City Manager Freeman had mentioned, this is something that had been first brought forward from our ASME members as part of their labor agreement. Through our negotiations first with them and then subsequently through IFF, we did add that. FOP has a Me Too clause, so even though we're on a tentative agreement, they have a Me Too, so therefore they would be part of that population. With three of our largest groups of population going to be observing that day, we wanted to make sure that put a force to the council for the resolution to be able to observe for both our management, our non-represented for that population. And I'm happy to discuss any questions.
Anybody have any questions? Craig, do you have anything to add?
Nope.
I'll entertain a motion in a second.
Thank you.
It passes. We'll now go to item AI1, which is a joint resolution authorizing the hiring of the firm of Collins, Zorn, and Wagner. We addressed this earlier under the MFA, and I would entertain a motion as to AI1 at this time. It passes 5-3. We'll now go to item 11AJ1, which is on page 14 of your agenda, and it's a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment in the case of Floyd Speck versus the City of Oklahoma City. Is there anyone that would like to discuss this, or can we make a motion to confess judgment at this time? Got a motion and a second? Please cast your votes. It passes. We're now at item 11AK1, which is also a resolution authorizing the confession of judgment. If there are not any questions, I'd entertain a motion and a second on this. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. It passes. We're now at AL1, and this is to approve a letter of engagement involving the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust and the law firm of Phillips Murrah for legal services. Is Is there any questions about this? If not, I'll entertain a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. It passes. AL2, Craig, is this one we need to go into executive session on?
We do not on AL2. That one's fine. It's
Okay.
AM and AN.
Okay, let's go to 11 a.m., where we are being requested to move into executive session involving Deer Creek Water Corporation. I'd entertain a motion a second this time for executive session, unless someone has some questions. Got a motion a second? We will remove that to executive session. We're now at AN, which is also a request to move into executive session involving a case about Tabitha Barnes. And unless there are questions, I'd entertain a motion second to move that into executive session. That passes. We will take that up in executive session. We now have comments from council, and I will start with Ward 1, please.
None today, sir.
Ward 2, please.
Yes. Briefly, I'd like to make Ward 2 residents aware, and then of course anyone within Oklahoma City, that as of today, my understanding is people can go to the United States Postal Service website and request a COVID test be delivered to your home free of charge. And the website for that, so grab pencil, paper, your phones, but it's special.usps.com/test kits. One more time, that's special.usps.com/test kits, TESTKITS. And you will go on there and you can place your order for a free at-home COVID-19 test. Residential households in the United States can order one set of 4 free at-home tests from USPS.com. And you'll just need to know the following things. You can only limit 1 order per residential household. The next thing you'll need to know is 1 order includes 4 individual rapid antigen COVID-19 tests. And then finally, orders will ship free starting in late January. So I just wanted to make sure our residents were aware of this service, this long overdue
So that will be
service.
delivered to your door?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
thank you for that clarification. And I'm learning just as you are right now, Vice Mayor. And you'll just click checkout now after you enter in your mailing information. So that's wonderful news. And then otherwise, I would just say thank you to Kristen Torkelson and Jason Fairbrush with Embark for marching once more. This is the 5th year Embark has participated in the MLK Day Parade. So I want to thank the organizers of the parade. And I really want to thank Embark. When I brought this to them as a trustee before I took my seat on council, it was because I was standing with Steve Mason, who we know from Automobile Alley, and just various works across the city. And as we were standing there, we just looked across the way and saw the fire trucks in the parade. And it was just like, oh, wait, Embark. You know, it just clicked. It was like, and, you know, you see police there too. So you see all these different aspects of city core services participating in the parade. And it was just like the light bulb went off. And, you know, there's always that special reason to remember, you know, in 1956, remembering Mother Pollard, who said, my feet are tired, but my soul is rested. And that was after a year-long protest where the residents of Montgomery, Alabama, boycotted bus service because of segregation. And at the end of it, we got that famous quote from her. And, you know, I just think it's vital we always remember that public transportation is a vital, critical service, and for too long, too many cities across America have not treated it as such. And we heard earlier Director Fairbrush and Director Todd describe some of the investments that we're making with making sure people can wait for that service with dignity under covered bus shelters that voters approved in record numbers, to say nothing of the other investments that are coming our way. So I just want to thank the residents for making those investments, thank this council for crafting them, and thank again Embark for participating in what is now our 5th year. And thank you, City Manager, for being a leader with that too.
Ward 3.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The only comments I have today are around the 9 p.m. Routine that the Oklahoma City Police Department is doing a social media campaign on right now as a result of all the auto burglaries that the city is suffering through at this moment. So please remember to lock up your car, shut your garage, bring in your valuables, and just make sure you lock your house doors at night. So thank you. Have a great week, everybody.
Ward 4. Ward 6, please.
Yeah, well, I guess this probably should get clipped back to me. Yesterday, our 4 largest hospitals in the city put out a press release essentially putting up a white flag. And while we've been in council, I think actually in the last 30, 45 minutes, they've been holding a press conference in which one of the representatives just essentially said, earlier surge messaging focused on ICU capacity and hospital issues. Things are just as bad now, but the messaging from officials hasn't evolved. We also haven't talked about how the virus has changed enough. That's a shame on leadership. And I feel a lot of shame for where we are right now. We have 0 hospital beds available to our public. Our healthcare workers are exhausted. My mother is a doctor and has been doing contract work both in the state and out of the state for the last few years. Last year, in the first summer of the pandemic, she was in a tribal nation in Arizona working with the surges they were experiencing. There was no vaccine yet. She never caught COVID. She tested positive last Saturday, and so our postponed Christmas had to yet again be postponed. And that's just from working in a clinic out in one of the more rural parts of the state. She just go back to work today, and she texted me and said she is emotionally exhausted because of just having to be isolated for 2 weeks. But she did that so she could keep my father safe and not bring it back to him. She did that so that she could get back to work and serve the people that were coming into this clinic where she works. And that's just one person's story. I am beyond exhausted with our greater mainstream culture pretending like this isn't a problem, and for the shaming messaging that has existed around people catching it. Because it is a virus, it does not care. Our systems have not been put in place to help mitigate spread. And then personal responsibility, you can't personal responsibility your way out of that. And watching the numbers at the city level, just for our own staff, is disheartening. I'm hopeful that most of them are not severe cases, but even a quote unquote mild case is enough to keep people out of the office, to slow down the provision of city services, and just experiencing, I'm concerned that the numbers are much higher given the experience I had with contact tracing and within the city structure, and how anemic it seemed to make sure that everyone was following proper protocol and guidelines. yeah, no, I don't know what to say because I have no power to do anything except express to our healthcare workers, express to our teachers that they are bearing the burden of failed policy decisions, of lack of policy decisions. And I would hope that even if we weren't as a council interested in enacting policy that affects the city, that we could at least make sure that we're taking care of our staff as well as possible and exempling behavior that can help mitigate spread. I'm hopeful that today I will not be exposed so that I can go enjoy my Christmas with my family this weekend. And I recognize that I'm feeding into a shaming language, but we cannot hold this meeting virtually because leaders at the state level have decided that that's not a priority to make available to us. And that's the fault of misinformation and valuing, I guess, the economy over people's lives and the health of our residents and the people of the state. And it's just beyond, I can't express and I can't do anything beyond saying anything. So that's, and this is a platform I have, so to switch gears a little bit, I did, and I constantly receive requests for streetlights in our neighborhoods. This is completely not related. And, you know, I always have to give them the same sort of information about, you know, you can go to the Public Works, Utilities folks and apply, you know, submit your application. They can install this kind of light, et cetera. And I know we have the funding for the MAPS 4 to fund streetlights for a certain number of years, but I'm curious, and this also actually sort of touches on the question of light pollution as well. I'm curious if, as a city, we have or are in the process of or could put into process some kind of streetlight master plan and to balance public safety, residents' interest in being out in their neighborhoods in the evening and making sure they can walk without falling over garbled sidewalks and curbs and things, but also making sure that we're balancing that with light pollution, both in the downtown area where we have a lot of dense lighting and large buildings with outside lights, but also in our neighborhoods where it seems to just sort of be, you know, whoever's noisiest or whoever has the resources to navigate this current city process is where they go. And I'm concerned that that's not actually meeting the need of where we have dark spots in the city, and especially in that MAPS 4 dollars, making sure that whatever new streetlights we're installing are actually we're again spreading out those resources and making sure that they're being utilized as judiciously and as possible. I'm curious if we can get any information on that.
Yeah, so the MAPS office and the planning department are working together to look at light study. I don't know that we've looked at it in the scope of just doing like a master plan, but I think it would lead to something similar to that, whether it's named that or not, that it's something that as we're going into making those decisions in MAPS 4, even though it's a limited amount of money, we would certainly want to be working together, you know, as we've looked at it as well as with OG&E to try to make sure that we're hitting those areas that we need to target that have the greatest need and look at the areas that we can meet first. And so definitely we want to work from a strategic position of knowing where we are with lighting. And so they're looking at it. They are starting to study.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
My turn. I only have a few comments. I also wanted to echo the sentiments from yesterday. And as I was walking in, our officer on duty, he was like, "That was a great parade yesterday." He said he enjoyed himself. So the weather was very favorable yesterday, considering how the weather has been in the past couple weeks. So grateful for that, and grateful we had such a great city representation. It was really cool to see all the big trucks come out that are part of our city, and I think my eyes lit up just as much as the kids because, you know, we actually get to put a face to the many number of folks that we know work for our city. So you actually get to see them in action. And one of the things, and thank you also to the MLK Coalition, because I did not know that I was going to be co-hosting the parade until an hour before. So I was so excited when all the city stuff came by and I was able to announce who it was, because I knew everybody, I thought, pertaining to our city. But it was a good way for our city to have that representation of reflection of ourselves in a lot of ways, because a lot of us don't get to see who represents us unless we're coming home or we're leaving for work, and we just make that kind of interaction. So that was really heartwarming to be able to be a part of something like that. And I say and bring up that because later that afternoon, I kept receiving phone calls from different folks and text messages that Northeast 23rd Street was being shut down. And so I get in my car and I drive down the street myself to find out and understand what's going on, and made some phone calls to also understand what was happening. And it's quite unfortunate how we had the interaction at the parade. But when you get to Northeast 23rd Street, yes, people were gathering on the street, enjoying themselves because it is a national holiday, commemorating a man and the legacy of Dr. King, and the street named after him is also in this same community. But this was an opportunity, in my opinion, for our officers to connect. And that same connection that we had yesterday at the parade with officers outside standing by barricades, interacting with people, it didn't happen on Northeast 23rd Street. And that's, to me, that was a very missed call on our part, a misconnection, because we had officers in the street and they were actually interrupting the flow of traffic, which is unfortunate. Sitting two cars, I saw them one behind the other, in turning lanes. So they were interrupting the flow of traffic. So I understand if there are some incidents, yes, we need to control and calm some things, but if we ourselves are interrupting the flow of traffic, that could be a hazard for others that are in the area. So again, all I saw was officers in their cars, and when they got out to speak, it was to each other. So when we talk about neighborhood policing, when we talk about all of these issues and all of these things, we have to make ourselves available, in my opinion, just as much as we want the community to be on board with what's happening, and how if something happens on the street, we want them to say something, but we have to also show ourselves worthy and available to them as well. And I just felt like that was a very missed opportunity on our part, especially for the occasion of yesterday. And the officers that I did see, none of them reflected our community. And that's also a missed call of connection, in my opinion, for us to be able to work through a lot of the challenges and concerns that our neighbors have in representation and being protected and served by those who are sworn to do the same. But it was good to see a lot of them that were participants in the parade on the contrary. So I am happy that we did have officers being very engaged with the residents as far as the parade is concerned. So my last three comments are January 25th, I would ask that, want to make sure we keep the community connected. We had a conversation in October about things happening in Northeast Oklahoma City. So now we're coining this, the quarterly NICE Community Forum. So we're going to have something on January 25th, and it's going to be strictly on Facebook. The time had been changed, and we altered that because there is a mayoral forum that's going to begin a little earlier in that evening. So we have moved it to 6:30 to 8, and we're going to be talking about redistricting, south of 8th, small business programs, and also, because of some of the subjects we had today, talk about like the backyard chicken ordinance in relation to some of our rural areas that are in Ward 7, and the penalty reduction extension now that I know a lot of our community members are excited about to hear they will be able to still engage in that program. In the last two, we have an engagement for the Jewel Theater, and this is going to happen on the 27th for the historic Jewel Theater at the auditorium at Douglas. And we have the Jewel Theater in collaboration with Open Space Design. And this is for the community. We need you to come out and help us capture stories and photos of the Jewel Theater. So if you know anyone that has a story pertaining to the Jewel Theater, we would love to hear it. And this is in collaboration with the Congress of New Urbanism coming to our city. And this is one of their legacy projects. They only chose 2 out of the state of Oklahoma, and Jewel Theater was one of those projects. So we have engagement and an ability for folks to share their vision. So this is going to be posted on my Facebook page, Nikki Nice OKC, for those who would like to find out more information. So again, 27th and the 29th for those days. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. Bradley and I were talking this morning about Sergeant Kevin Miller. He was involved in a bad accident yesterday in Ward 8 near Memorial and Hefner Parkway. Had to be hospitalized. Our prayers go out to he and his family, and we hope he's very quick to mend. And at this time, we will recess into executive session, and we will return. I miss citizens to be heard. I'm so sorry, I almost forgot you.
I'm sitting patiently.
All right, come on up, Joy.
Y'all gonna get an earful today. Going back to what my ward councilman was talking about, the drag racing and what y'all two were arguing about. Do you realize from southwest or southeast 15 all the way downtown, we have what in essence is a major interstate. People don't drive speed limit on that. And then once you get where that gentleman took out that light pole, and then you get up down Broadway until you get to Station 5, Mr. Freeman, can you, I have a little bit of homework for you. For the outbreak for Station 5, can you pull the numbers on how many times that y'all have had to replace the light poles, the arrows, and everything for that area? And how many accidents has been in that area?
We can check to see what information we have on that. Yeah.
And I would like to ask a big favor of y'all. Can we please pass some kind of ordinance on these businesses parking on the sidewalk? OCPD, the multiple times that I've had to call OCPD, their response is there enough room to go around? ADA should not have to go around any vehicle. I almost got locked up last week for trespassing on a city sidewalk because one of the parking garages decides they want to park their vehicles out into the sidewalk. I do have pictures of this. I am documenting it. I have sent it to my council person about some of the problems. Some of the hotels, their valet drivers park their vehicles blocking the curb cutout ramps. That is one of my biggest pet peeves right now. There's 3 that I know of. The steakhouse, there across from the Concord, another problem.
30 seconds, please.
And then back to Z, we're talking about annexing stuff. We can't even fix the streets that we already got. The street in front of my building is so tore up because they come in and done underground utilities. There's one part of it at 9th and almost Hudson that's almost 2 foot high. So if we can, please, let's worry about the infrastructure again and not keep building out. And two more things, and I wanted to talk to you on Z, is one, the more we build out, the more wildlife problems we're gonna have. And the other thing is, with these annexes we keep going, what is our response time for police, fire, EMS?
Hey, Joy, we thank you for being here today. Always a pleasure to have you.
My biggest thing is that ADA stuff.
Good afternoon.
This is what I'm talking about. No, one of the doors is locked.
Well, we spent a lot of good money here today, and I've heard a lot of good jargon and good talk about doing good deeds for the good people of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I'd like to share with you what will be in the interest always of justice, fairness, equity,
Ma'am, can we have your name and address?
freedom and liberty for all.
Can we have your name and address for the record, please?
I'm sorry?
Your name and address for the record?
Did I want what?
Just if you could give us your name and address. I was going to ask you at the
I
end.
need to keep my mask on?
No. Name, just give your name and home
My
address.
name?
Yes.
Okay. I'm
Sorry.
Reverend Paulette Legg. And what else did you want?
And your address, home address.
And my address, I live at 1918 Northeast 44th Street. I'm a property owner also of 715 Northeast 35th Street.
Thank you.
On January 6, 2020, that day was the fourth time in my life I noted with engulfing interest the siege of America's coat of tranquility, leaving her naked, fearful, and reckless. In each occurrence and every time, there wasn't a precise frontal assault on all things civil and the civilized conscious pursuit toward freedom for all people in this country. Each time, the incalculable loss of innocence and life and the irreplaceable treasures of hope faded, were gone forever. The first assault came during my childhood, a child of a decorated World War II veteran who in 1963, at my precious age of 4 or 5, lived on an Air Force base in Mobile, Alabama. I sat in the middle of that living room floor in the company of my parents, some military neighbors, friends of our family, of all ethnicities, European Americans, African American, Asian descent, probably islanders, all transfixed in awe and fear and confusion as we watched authorities beat, hose, and hurt people, men, women, and children who looked like me, flooded with questions that would only be answered with, hush.
30 seconds remaining.
The same look I found on their faces around the room. Was that my time? My time?
No, you're fine. Keep
Oh,
speaking.
okay.
You waited till the end of the meeting. Please speak.
Okay. The World Trade Center will be the second time in 1993 that my preconceived notion of being safe in the security of being a citizen of the United States of America was jolted. The prelude to our horrors to be imagined in the decades to come, and the inkling of the depths of man's continual downward spiral into a greater fallen condition was not yet fully recognized. The poignant significance of this single horrific event almost escaped our immediate attention, as well as what it might have held as a herald call to the masses about societal endangerment and division. But in the assessment of the aftermath, we came to understand that event to be an unmistakable notice delivered to us in the front doors of our mental consciousness. That was the reality of being an American in this world we share with others who do not have the same appreciation and thoughts of our Americanism. Exactly 30 years between the first assault and the second assault, with the exception of my third, which I'll visit with you later about, the Oklahoma City bombing of the Afro-P Mural building. These 2 years, just 2 years later, was just right at about 30 years from that time to 2020, our final assault. Final? He who have ears to hear, let him hear. And thank you so much for this time.
Thank you for waiting. We appreciate your comments. All right, now we'll recess into executive session. Thank you for your patience today. We are adjourned.